Chapter 83 Gathering Spirit Divine Finger. You are mine, 50 Core Formation Realm Cultivators? Guan naturally did not refuse. After all, he couldn't always guard the third Medicine Valley himself. He immediately bowed to thank the two from the ancient sect. An hour later, the two from the ancient sect departed, and Guan saw them off outside the building. After they left, Elder Tian walked over curiously asked, "Valley Master, what did they come to see you for?" In the past, Elder Tian would not have asked. Now, not only was his cultivation level rising, but he also dared to inquire about the Valley Master's important matters. It seemed he was indeed making a comeback. Guan feigned hesitation and then divulged what he had learned. Chu Tianqi's crimes were exposed by the demon path and spread like wildfire through the supreme sect. The 5 great sects of the demon path prepared to join forces with the demon clan to besiege the supreme sect. Various incidents came out of his mouth. Paired with his worried expression, it seemed as if the supreme sect was facing imminent disaster. Elder Tian comforted him. "Valley Master, no need to worry. The supreme sect has stood on this land for thousands of years, enduring countless dynastic changes. Historical records show several instances of being besieged by the demon path, yet they have always survived the danger." Upon hearing his words, Guan indeed felt reassured. True, if the sky were to fall, there would be taller people to hold it up. "I am just here to plant medicinal herbs well and provide alchemical materials for the sect. That is the only contribution I can make." Guan shook his head and laughed. Elder Tian nodded with a smile. He appreciated Guan's temperament. Still, since the demon path is coming, danger is inevitable. "Valley Master, I have a set of finger techniques, sharp and cunning. If the enemy is careless, it may even allow you to kill opponents above your level. Let me teach you." Elder Tian continued. Guan had never learned any finger techniques before, so naturally, he was interested. He asked curiously, "Elder Tian, why do I feel like your background is not simple, knowing and capable of so much?" "Haha, an old man who has lived long, naturally has some knowledge." Elder Tian laughed heartily. No longer had the timid demeanor of the past. Guan felt a sense of authority from him, fit for the head of a sect. Then, Guan followed Elder Tian into the nearby forest. According to Elder Tian, this technique should not be transmitted. He was making an exception to teach it to Guan. After entering the woods, Elder Tian began to explain the prowess of this finger technique. Gathering Spirit Divine Finger. This finger technique could gather spiritual power and spiritual energy onto the fingertip, storing power to be released. The longer the compression time, the greater the destructive power. In theory, it had no limit. After listening, Guan became even more interested in the Gathering Spirit Divine Finger. The ancient sect and Jianghu moved quickly. 2 days later, 50 Core Formation Realm Cultivators arrived, including Guan's son Gu Yu. Gu Yu was the first to come to Guan's pavilion to look for him. "Your connections are truly vast. Being able to have the Gu family and Ji family each send 25 Core Formation Realm disciples to protect you. These people are not just Supreme Sect disciples, they're all noble family offspring." Gu Yu sat down, teasingly remarked. Guan replied, "It's probably not to protect me, but to protect this Medicine Valley." "Is there another such large Medicine Valley in the Supreme Sect?" "There is, but not as large, and definitely not in the outer or inner sections. Mainly, it's because your identity as Pan and makes the higher-ups take notice. If it's because of Pan An's identity, such ostentation exposes me, doesn't it?" True. In truth, Guan believed that the Supreme Sect was not protecting the Medicine Valley, but the 7th-grade spirit tree within it, the mystic pure tree. Gu Yu did not dwell on this. He mysteriously took out a book and said, "Guan, you must read this book, it's too wonderful, and even has illustrations." Guan glanced at it, feeling speechless. Supreme Secret Records. Gu Yu had changed. He no longer pursued the latest updates on the Supreme Immortal Venerable. Guan felt a surge of frustration. Restraining his displeasure, he took the Supreme Secret Records. After flipping through a few pages, he was captivated. Goodness, Xianxia had actually stolen techniques. The illustrations used comic-like action strokes, allowing one to imagine an entire sequence of movements, sparking endless thoughts. He faked a cough, closed the Supreme Secret Records, and tucked it into his chest, saying, "I'll read it later." With the demon path about to invade, I don't have the mind to read right now. Gu Yu secretly despised him, but outwardly said, True, but keep this book safe. The Supreme Sect has been conducting strict inspections lately, making it hard to get this book. Rest assured. After a few more words, they went downstairs. Gu Yu flew to his designated post, while Guan began patrolling the medicinal herbs along the way. The third medicine valley was vast, and now he could harvest almost every day, but he preferred to collect once a week. After all, even if the herbs matured, leaving them for a week wouldn't affect them much. An hour later, as Guan walked through the forest path, he sensed Ji Xiaoyu's presence. After some hesitation, he decided to pay a visit. Ji Xiaoyu had saved him, given him talisman treasures, formations, and a batch of medicinal herbs. It wouldn't be right not to greet her. After another half-hour of wandering, Guan arrived at a mountaintop. Ji Xiaoyu in a purple robe was meditating at the edge of the cliff, facing away from the third medicine valley, with formations set around her, making Guan hesitant to cross the boundary. Greetings, Third Mississippi. Guan cupped his hands in salute. He directly cast a lifespan detection. Ji Xiaoyu, Core Formation Realm 5th Layer 50/1400/8900. Core Formation Realm 5th Layer. Truly quick. With her back to him, Ji Xiaoyu said, No need to come visit me in the future. You are the valley master of this medicine valley. Formalities are unnecessary. If Third Miss needs anything, you can always find me, or tell the disciples in the valley, Guan replied. Ji Xiaoyu responded. Guan suddenly didn't know what to say, so he prepared to take his leave. Ji Xiaoyu suddenly said, Ji Huntian is my great-grandfather. If he makes unreasonable demands on you, you can come to me. After all, you belong to me. Guan hurriedly replied, The vice sect leader hasn't troubled me. I know him too well. Since childhood, he used me to build momentum. Knowing you are Pan En, he certainly won't miss the chance to use you. In the Supreme Sect, you can use my name to refuse any request you find difficult to turn down. Ji Xiaoyu's words brought a smile to Gu An's face. Another patron. Write another investiture of the gods. I find your writings the most enjoyable. Ji Xiaoyu suddenly said. So, she was also a reader? Guan replied, saying he was already preparing it. You may leave now. Upon hearing this, Guan immediately saluted and departed. By evening, Guan arrived in Xianxia Valley, for the harvest day, expecting to collect 5,000 or 6,000 years of lifespan. Upon entering the valley, he felt a long-missed presence. Li Xiandao. Why was he here? Was there not a demon rebellion in Chongluo, Zhangzhou? Valley Master. His Majesty is here. Quickly go meet him inside. Luo Hun called from halfway up the mountain. Guan nodded and then hurried toward the cluster of pavilions. Li Xiandao was staying in his pavilion, with LV Xian and Yilu Yun accompanying him. Upon seeing Guan enter, Li Xiandao smiled, motioned for LV Xian to be silent, and then smiled at Guan. Guan, long time no see. How is your cultivation progressing? After respectfully saluting, Guan replied, It's progressing well. Thanks to your Majesty dividing so many herbal materials for me, I have now reached the third layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. The third layer is not enough. You must work harder. As long as you reach the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, I can help you form a core. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will certainly work hard. As Guan answered, he deliberately avoided looking at LV Xian. LV Xian glared at him, as if wanting to devour him, his expression both angry and resentful. Having taught Guan for so long, Guan had learned nothing. If it were not for Guan only coming once or twice a month, he would have suspected Guan was deliberately messing with him. Li Xiandao gestured for Guan to sit at the table, and Guan did so without hesitation. LV Xian and Yilu Yun remained standing, making LV Xian even more dissatisfied. Li Xiandao looked at Guan, examined him briefly, and softly asked, Has anything significant happened in the Supreme Sect recently? Guan frowned, hesitated and said, I heard the Demon Path plans to besiege the Supreme Sect, and there are unfavorable rumors about the sect leader within the sect. He recounted what he had heard in detail, but did not mention his third medicine valley. After Guan finished, Li Zuando's smile deepened, he laughed. Chu Tianqi is proud and arrogant, looks down on everyone, even his kin are seen as pawns. It's not surprising he did these things. My informant in the demon path also sent word. At the end of the year, the demon path will launch a full-scale attack on the Supreme Sect. Guan began to ponder Li Zuando's attitude toward the Supreme Sect. He asked confusedly, doesn't the demon path fear Sword Venerable Fudao? They say Sword Venerable Fudao is the world's foremost sword cultivator. Li Xiandao shook his head. Of course they fear him, that's why they have waited until now to act. The true identity of Sword Venerable Fudao has been revealed within the demon path. While that person is strong, he is not invincible. That person? Guan was astonished. Someone was impersonating Laozi's fame? Li Xiandao again looked at Guan, earnestly said, a great battle between righteous and demonic forces is about to erupt. By rights, I should have you withdraw, but with Li Yi still there, I need you to keep an eye on the Supreme Sect for me. I will arrange for a nascent soul realm cultivator to protect you. How about that? Guan thanked him repeatedly, then said, Uncle, there's no need. I am just an outer sect disciple, unknown to the demon path. Assigning me a nascent soul realm cultivator would instead attract high-level attention from the demon path. Don't worry. This person is adept at concealing their energy. Even if their cultivation level is far above, they won't be detected. Li Xiandao waved his hand dismissively. Can't refuse? Guan looked at Li Xiandao, weighing his options. Li Xiandao continued, You are my man, I naturally can't let anything happen to you. Besides, this person has a very good relationship with Li Yi. You could introduce them to Li Yi later. With it said to such an extent, Guan certainly couldn't refuse. Half an hour later, Guan took his leave and began to harvest the mature medicinal herbs. Li Xiandao, from within the pavilion, could see Guan working diligently. He sighed. This youngster is steady in his work, very much to my liking. You must take good care of him. Xian couldn't help but say, Your Majesty, are you hinting at me? I just want to ask, who is more important to you among Li Yi and the Crown Prince? Lu Yun frowned but did not stop Xian. Li Xiandao chuckled. They are both important. What are you worried about? Li Yi isn't staying in Chongluo, he poses no threat to the Crown Prince, unless... Unless what? Unless Li Yi masters the Emperor-level sword technique. Chapter 84 Shrouding the Sky and Blocking the Sun. Heaven-swallowing dark bird. Learning the Emperor-level sword technique secures the position of Crown Prince? Guan picked herbs while eavesdropping. The Emperor-level sword technique. Now that was something he knew well. In the future, perhaps he could ask Li Yi about it. If Li Yi wanted to compete for the throne, he might offer some pointers. Wait. This old man had some malicious intentions. Guan felt uneasy, suddenly suspecting that Li Xiandao had said it deliberately for him to hear, as the pavilion hadn't been isolated by any restrictive barriers. Another thought struck him. Li Zuando's ambition was to become an immortal emperor. For an emperor, the greatest threat could be the Crown Prince. Even without pursuing immortal cultivation, a mortal emperor in his old age would be wary of the Crown Prince. Not many Crown Princes smoothly inherit the throne. Could it be that Li Xiandao wanted to use Li Yi to eliminate the Crown Prince? It's quite possible. Guan stopped thinking about it, focusing on picking herbs and letting the father and son deal with each other. Because of Li Zuando's presence, Guan didn't leave immediately after finishing collecting the herbs. He only left the next morning. When he was leaving, Li Xiandao hadn't left yet, saying he wanted to stay for a while longer. Guan suspected that Li Xiandao wanted to watch the drama of the righteous and demonic conflict. After returning to Mystic Valley, Guan instructed Wuxia and others, telling them that the demon path was about to invade and that they shouldn't wander around casually, making all the disciples, including Wuxia, very nervous. Guan planned to stay overnight in Mystic Valley from now on. The third Medicine Valley had Elder Tian and 50 core formation realm cultivators, making it very safe. Mystic Valley was different, with only a group of servant disciples. Currently, Mystic Valley contributed less and less to his lifespan income. But the 8 scenic caves beneath Mystic Valley were different. Even if Mystic Valley's lifespan income wasn't much, he was reluctant to abandon it. 10 days later, the nascent soul realm cultivator arranged by Li Xiandao arrived at Mystic Valley. Guan stood in front of the wooden fence, watching from a distance as a woman in green with a sword walked over, her conical hat swaying in the cold wind, accentuating her ethereal presence. Yang Ni, nascent soul realm, 9 layers 214/780/1360. A nascent soul realm cultivator at 200 years old. Quite impressive quality. Guan thought silently, then stepped towards Yang and I am Guan, the valley master of this medicine valley. May I know who you are? As he approached, he raised his hand and asked. Yang and I suddenly appeared in front of him, so he pretended to be startled and took a step back. Let me see your other valley master token. Yang and I transmitted her voice, her tone cold yet melodious. Just by the sound, one could tell she was a beauty. Guan immediately produced the token from Xianxia Valley. Yang and I snatched it, inspected it, and then returned it to him. I was sent by His Majesty to protect you. I will be your outer disciple from now on. Yang and I transmitted her voice again. Guan nodded and said, You must have been recommended by Elder Han. I have been waiting for you for a long time. After saying this, he turned and led Yang and I towards the pavilion. Yang and I followed him inside, attracting curious glances from other disciples in the valley. Her appearance naturally drew people to take a second look. Once inside, Guan closed the door and said, Everyone here is in the Qi cultivation realm, so you don't need to worry. Yang and I waved her hand, and spiritual power turned into a green restriction, imprinting on the door. Very cautious. After doing this, Yang and I walked to the table, put down her treasure sword, and removed her conical hat, letting her waterfall-like white hair cascade down. She turned to look at Guan, her face remarkably youthful, appearing just over 20. Her features were exquisite and delicate, but her eyes carried a coldness that gave her the aura of an ice queen. This coldness made it easy to overlook her beauty, making people afraid to look directly at her. She scrutinized Guan and asked, I heard you have a good relationship with Liya? Indeed, senior brother Li was also a servant disciple in this medicine valley. We joined on the same day. Guan responded. Hearing this, Yang and I smiled, her smile stunningly captivating. Guan didn't think much of it, as he knew Ji Xiaoyu was even more beautiful. That stubborn child never got along with his siblings, yet he managed to build a friendship with a servant disciple like you. Yang and I said, admiringly. That statement. From her storage bag, Yang and I took out a blue jade bracelet, saying, This is a top-grade magic artifact that can store spiritual power. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. Store spiritual power? How rare. Guan quickly waved his hand and said, I can't accept this. You are here to protect me. How could I dare to take your gift? Just take it. Li Ya's mother is my sister. Since you're close to Li Ya, you're naturally considered my junior. Yang and I said impatiently, tossing the jade bracelet to him and then turning to the bookshelf. You go about your business. Don't concern yourself with me. Guan caught the jade bracelet, wanting to say this was his building and it wasn't convenient. But seeing Yang Ni's stance, obviously wanting to stay, he could only give up. Ever since his encounter with Shen Zhen, Guan no longer left anything incriminating in the building, so he hesitated briefly before leaving without disturbing Yang Ni. Yang Ni's presence didn't disrupt the rhythm of life in Mystic Valley, as she rarely left her room and didn't interact with other disciples. When Guan planned to go to the Third Medicine Valley, she insisted on accompanying him, leaving him no choice but to take her along. Upon arriving at the Third Medicine Valley, she was shocked, beginning to reassess Guan. This servant disciple was no simple character. Guan also wasn't afraid shed report to Li Xiandao. Perhaps Li Xiandao had long discovered the Third Medicine Valley. It was hard to hide this matter. After all, he had a clear conscience. If Li Xiandao grew suspicious of him because of this, he didn't care. In his mind, he feared Li Xiandao far less than the Supreme Sect. Thus, Yang and I followed Guan as he patrolled the Medicine Valley, watching him pick herbs and sow seeds. A month later, Yang and I developed some goodwill towards Guan was too honest and treated the servant disciples very kindly. Such a person posed no threat to anyone. She also understood why Liya could favor Guan days past one after another. Snowflakes flew, covering every part of Guan's Medicine Valley. Li Xiandao had said that the demon path would invade the Supreme Sect at the end of the year, making Guan worry about this every day. Perhaps any day now, the demon path would attack. On this day, Mystic Valley. Guan and Wuxin led the disciples in shoveling snow, with Yang and I standing at a distance by the wooden fence, holding her sword. Senior brother, what realm is that outer disciple in? Wuxia whispered to Guan, very curious. Yang Ni's stance alone looked very strong. What's it to you? She's my disciple. Don't get any ideas. Guan said in a bad mood. Wuxia chuckled. Senior brother, you know me so well. When are you going to get me a Foundation Establishment Realm disciple as an assistant? I would be so impressive wherever I go. If I really arranged it, would you dare accept? Hearing this, Wuxia seemed to remember something, grinning awkwardly and falling silent. Guan continued to shovel snow. After a while, he seemed to sense something, furrowing his brow, but he didn't stop working. In the distance, Yang and I also sensed something. She leaped to the southern mountaintop, attracting everyone's gaze in the valley. Snow flew incessantly, casting the world in a white blur. From within the valley, Yang Ni's silhouette on the mountaintop appeared faint, as if she might be swallowed by the violent snowstorm at any moment. What's wrong with her? Wuxia couldn't help but ask Guan. Guan looked up and said, I don't know either, well ask her when she comes down. Goo goo, a light bird cry echoed, reverberating through the world, even masking the sound of the wind. The sudden bird cry made everyone frown, looking around, trying to find the source of the sound. Wuxia seemed to remember something, his face changing dramatically. He hurriedly shouted, Everyone back to the rooms! Quick! As he spoke, he pulled Guan towards the pavilion group. Guan shook off his hand and said, You all head inside, I need to watch the Medicine Valley. Wuxia turned and said urgently, That's the heaven-swallowing dark bird of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, a demonic beast that Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators can't deal with. You go inside first. I'm not going to fight it. Don't forget your identity. Guan said sternly. Hearing this, Wuxia could only grit his teeth and run inside. Soon, only Guan remained in the valley, while the disciples all leaned out of their windows, watching the sky in extreme tension. Guan already sensed the presence of the heaven-swallowing dark bird. Very strong. Comparable to the void-crossing realm. Whoosh! A fierce wind came from the south, stirring up a snowstorm that swept through the Medicine Valley. Guan, watching the swaying herbs, felt distressed but couldn't expose his cultivation level in front of Yang and the other disciples. He could only go to the section with the highest grade herbs and use his Foundation Establishment Realm spiritual power to protect them. At this moment, Yang suddenly appeared beside him, taking out a large flag and planting it in the ground. She raised her palm to infuse spiritual power into the flagpole. The flag fluttered, forming a light screen that enveloped them, blocking the wind and snow. Yang breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Guan and scolding, Are you crazy? What do these herbs have to do with you? Can't you sense the demonic qi? Guan replied, I sensed it, but if I can sense it, the great cultivators from the Supreme Sect will definitely. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended suddenly. Guan looked up, as did Wuxia and the other disciples. Everyone's eyes widened. The vast snowy mist was dispersed, revealing an enormous bird covering the sky. It flew over Mystic Valley, plunging the valley into darkness that wouldn't dissipate for some time. Even someone as calm as Guan was stunned by the heaven-swallowing dark bird's size. In his view, its wingspan exceeded 100 miles, extremely exaggerated. On the bird's back were numerous demonic cultivators, at least 10,000 of them. Its destination was precisely the outer gate city of the Supreme Sect. That's the heaven-swallowing dark bird of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, a 6th-tier demonic beast with the power to destroy empires. It's my first time seeing it too. Yang muttered, gazing up at the sky in awe, her eyes showing fear. Guan didn't say anything, focusing on the heaven-swallowing dark bird, hoping it wouldn't target his Mystic Valley. When the bird flew past Mystic Valley, sunlight poured down, illuminating the Medicine Valley while snowflakes fell, creating a scene of cascading white mist. All the disciples in the valley sighed in relief at this sight. Guan already sensed the aura of great cultivators fighting in the distance. Void-crossing realm. And there were more than 2. The battle was quite far away, likely occurring at another outer gate city. Chapter 85. The First Trial of the Divine Finger. Su Lian Demon Lord Outer Gate City. The city wall was lined with outer disciples, including Yilan and Zhen Qin. They frowned and looked into the distance. Not just them, all the disciples were looking in the same direction, as if facing a great enemy. Heavy snow covered the land and mountains. The wind howled, and amidst the swirling snow, the outlines of mountains could be seen faintly. Goo goo, a mysterious bird cry rang out again, as if beings from the underworld were approaching, causing the hearts of the disciples on the wall to pound like war drums. Gradually, a shadow appeared in the snow-covered expanse, making all the disciples' faces change. What is that? Zhen Qin stammered, her voice low as if asking herself. Yilan's eyes were also wide open. She considered herself knowledgeable, yet she was stunned by the current sight. The enormous shadow resembled a black ocean advancing, vast and boundless, connecting the ends of the sky. The mysterious bird cries grew louder. Anyone facing such a huge shadow would feel fear, as if an abyss was approaching. A tremendous pressure emanated from within the city, startling the disciples into turning their heads. They saw dozens of flying swords soaring into the sky, surrounded by golden spiritual power. With a roar, the flying swords shot forward, gathering golden spiritual power together, resembling a giant golden phoenix flying over the city wall. The golden phoenix spread its wings over 100 feet wide, magnificent in momentum. Yet, when it flew towards the terrifying shadow at the horizon, it seemed small. The golden phoenix tore through the flying snow, unstoppable, crashing into the terrifying shadow. Immediately, golden light burst forth. The howling wind and snow forced the outer disciples on the wall to raise their arms to shield themselves. "Your Excellency, Demon Emperor, what are you waiting for?" A cold voice rang out, drowning out all other sounds in the world. On the heavenly repair platform, the underworld Demon Emperor slowly rose. In the distance, a great cultivator at the 5th level of the void-crossing realm stood up facing him, their eyes meeting. "I didn't expect you to be the legendary underworld Demon Emperor. You hid well." This supreme sect elder spoke coldly, raising his right hand, a jade ruler appearing in his grasp. Several other supreme sect cultivators stood up, each exuding an aura far surpassing the divinity transformation realm, causing the other cultivators on the platform to stand up and retreat. The ghost mother of ephemera retreated as well, looking no different from ordinary cultivators. Heh. The underworld demon emperor let out a chilling laugh. His calm face quickly contorted as waves of demonic chi surged from his robe, spreading in all directions. Rumble, the sound of thunder came from the sky, as rolling thunderclouds surged from all directions, pressing down on the flying snow, forming a thick white mist, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The underworld demon emperor raised his eyes, a mocking expression on his face. He suddenly squatted down, slapping the ground, causing the demonic chi covering the heavenly repair platform to churn violently. Evil ghosts crawled out of the demonic fog, letting out roars that shook the heavens and earth. The great battle between righteous and demon paths erupted. In Mystic Valley, Guan was leading the disciples in inspecting the medicinal herbs. The wind howled, causing snow on the mountains to slide continuously, and the distant rumbling persisted. Yang and I stood next to Guan, not shoveling snow, her eyes fixed on the sky, frowning. Wuxia approached Guan nervously. "Senior brother, the commotion is quite loud." Guan cursed inwardly. Didn't Jianghu say it wouldn't reach this outer gate city? Why did it feel like the demon path was invading from here? "Don't worry, the supreme sect won't be easily breached." Guan consoled. He felt the intense demonic chi in the outer gate city but didn't know where it came from. Wuxia was worried, but his hands didn't stop moving, a result of Guan's years of teaching. As thunderclouds gradually covered the sky, the snow began to weaken, which was good for Mystic Valley. After clearing the snow from various gardens, Guan had Wuxia gather the disciples together while he and Yang and I stood far away. "Can the supreme sect really hold out? What is that sound? It's terrifying. I don't know what the situation is in the outer gate city. It's a good thing we're in the Medicine Valley. Who knows, maybe a demon cultivator will target us." "Shut up, you jinx." The disciples were tense and fearful, unable to calm down. The pressure from the great cultivator's battle, the demonic chi, the demonic pressure, and various other conditions stimulated their senses. They had never experienced such feelings before. Guan glanced at the disciples 100 feet away, then looked at Yang and I beside him, asking via voice transmission, "With your strength, how strong an enemy can you deal with?" As long as it's not a divinity transformation realm, I can kill as many as come. Xianxia's response was confident, but Guan wasn't pleased, because it was certain there would be divinity transformation realm enemies. At this moment, a figure flew in from the distance at high speed, landing quickly in the valley. Who else but Liya? Senior brother Li. Wuxia called out in surprise. Liya was an inner sect disciple, a genuine core formation realm expert. His arrival was enough to excite Wuxia. As for Xianxia, Wuxia viewed her as merely a foundation establishment realm cultivator, surely not as strong as Liya. Liya ignored Wuxia, quickly approaching Guan, his gaze assessing Xianxia with a slight frown. He then looked at Guan urgently saying, "Junior brother Gu, evacuate. It's too dangerous here. Now all the outer gate cities and inner gate cities are in a great battle. There's a traitor in the Supreme Sect, using a teleportation array to send enemies in." Ha! Liya didn't recognize Xianxia? Guan's face turned serious. "I can't abandon the Medicine Valley, and even if we escape, where can we go?" Honestly, Liya's arrival both moved and troubled him. Guan wasn't actually panicked about the demon path invasion. He just didn't like having people around, making it inconvenient to take action. "Isn't it easy to hide? We can't stay in the Medicine Valley," Liya said gravely. Guan shook his head. "If you want to hide, you hide. Senior brother Li, you don't need to save me. I can't abandon my disciples." Mystic Valley had more than 20 servant disciples, making it difficult to move together. It was a good excuse for him. Liya was about to speak when Xianxia suddenly said, "Someone's coming." Liya instinctively looked up, as did Guan. They saw rolling thunderclouds forming a huge vortex in the sky, with a figure falling from it, aiming directly at Mystic Valley. The figure descended like a falling star, landing on a northern mountain peak, raising snow and mist. "Wuxia, you sure made it hard for me to find you. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Where did you get the courage to infiltrate the Supreme Sect as a spy?" A contemptuous cold laugh echoed through Mystic Valley, startling everyone to look at Wuxia. The disciples around Wuxia exclaimed and retreated. Wuxia looked up at the person on the peak with a grim face, eyes full of hatred. The person on the peak wore a blood-patterned black robe, with disheveled hair and handsome features, but his brows were full of killing intent. His smile was hideous as he looked at Wuxia like a crawling insect. Bai Wu, First Layer of Nascent Soul Realm 203/790/980. Guan saw the result of the lifespan detection and remained unflustered. He dared to let the other party enter the valley, sensing their cultivation level wasn't a threat. He was just being cautious, verifying it. Liya frowned, looking at Wuxia from afar, a flicker of killing intent in his eyes. Wuxia seemed to know Bai Wu's fierceness, gritting his teeth. "I'll go back with you, just don't hurt anyone else." "That won't do. My orders are to kill everyone in the Supreme Sect, including insignificant servant disciples." Bai Wu licked his lips, taunting. "And who said I was taking you back? Today you will be buried with them. I can bring your head back." Humph! A cold snort suddenly sounded, making Bai Wu's pupils shrink. He glanced over reflexively to see a woman in green appear next to him out of thin air, drawing her sword to slash. It was Xianxia. He leaped aside but still got slashed on the arm, blood splattering. Xianxia continued her assault, the two battling on the peak. Sword chi surged, and demonic chi spread like mist. They quickly flew into the sky to fight. Liya couldn't help but look at Guan asking, "Who is she?" "Your mother's sister, Xianxia. Don't you recognize her?" Guan replied quietly. Liya's expression became bewildered, mumbling, "Why is it her?" Guan noted his expression, feeling puzzled. What did that mean? Could it be they didn't get along? Guan didn't ask and said, "I'll check the forest, there's a lot of medicinal herbs planted in there." Saying that, he ran towards the woods. Liya wanted to stop him, but Xianxia's battle captured his attention. "Damn it!" Liya cursed, leaping to support Xianxia. In truth, Xianxia didn't need his help. She was already overwhelming Bai Wu. Within 10 breaths, Bai Wu was covered in blood. Despite his wide and aggressive spells, Xianxia's movement technique was too exquisite, allowing her to dodge easily. Seeing Bai Wu so miserable, Wuxia's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Xianxia to be so formidable. Where did senior brother find such a powerful great cultivator? On another side, Guan reached the forest's edge, turning his back to Mystic Valley, looking at the distant mountains. He raised his right hand, thumb pressing on middle finger, aiming into the distance. He sensed a void-crossing realm presence hundreds of miles away, lingering suspiciously. Too close to his medicine valley, it must be killed. Just the right time to test Elder Tion's Gathering Spirit Divine Finger. He had mastered Gathering Spirit Divine Finger. Though not proficient, it should be enough to kill a void-crossing realm demon cultivator. Spiritual power compressed at his middle finger. He didn't gather surrounding spiritual energy, fearing it would alert Xianxia and the others. Hundreds of miles away, on a flat land between the mountains, a group of demon cultivators was assembling an array platform. A formidable demon cultivator stood nearby, watching quietly. He was named Su Lian, one of the demon lords of the Heavenly Extinction sect, at the 4th level of Void Crossing Realm, toying with a white flame in his right hand, his expression indifferent. A Heavenly Extinction sect disciple approached softly. "Master, the array should be completed in half an hour." Su Lian Demon Lord replied indifferently, "Finish it immediately, prepare." Before he could finish, his face suddenly changed, instinctively looking aside. Chapter 86 Elder Tion's Resolve. Demons overwhelming the sky. When Su Lian Demon Lord spoke, his thoughts had already floated inside the Supreme Sect. This great war concerned the Millennium Chi fortune of the Wanyin sect, even its rise and fall. He could not wait to join the battle. However, before he could finish his sentence, he instinctively sensed the terrifying aura of danger and glanced sideways. Everything happened too quickly. Even he, a great cultivator with a void-crossing realm 4th layer cultivation level, had no time to react. In his eyes, a semi-transparent airflow was killing its way forward at an inconceivable speed, passing through the mountains and causing the heavens and the earth to appear distorted. His disciple standing in front of him was still looking at him, and all disciples who were building the array platform stopped. Everything fell into stillness. Only the aura of death approached rapidly. Boom! A mass of airflow tore through the sky and struck the plain between the mountains. Su Lian Demon Lord and a group of demon cultivators were directly pulverized into flying ash. A strong light burst forth, engulfing the surrounding mountains and devouring everything in its path. Above Mystic Valley, Xianxia, Li Ya, Bai Wu, and others who were fighting were startled, all pulling back and turning around to see. An impressive brilliance appeared on the horizon, and they felt a horrifying pressure coming, their faces changing dramatically. Li Ya hurriedly flew toward the forest below, quickly finding Guan was hiding behind a tree, pretending to shiver. Seeing him safe, Li Ya sighed in relief and was about to speak when a terrible gale blew from the distance, pushing the trees backward and causing the peaks to tremble violently. Li Ya hurried to Guan's side, shielding with his spiritual power. "What's happening?" Guan asked through gritted teeth, his tone full of fear. Li Ya's expression was grave. He said quietly, "Not sure, probably a great cultivator fighting." At this time, a series of prompts popped up before Guan's eyes. "You have successfully seized 47 years of Su Lian Demon Lord, Void Crossing Realm 4th Layer, Lifespan. You have successfully seized 35 years of Zhang Zhongchong, Core Formation Realm 2nd Layer, Lifespan. You have successfully seized 42 years of Chengdu Yuan, Core Formation Realm 6th Layer, Lifespan. Altogether 26 people. The lowest cultivation was also in the Core Formation Realm, including 2 nascent Soul Realm cultivators. Sin. Guan secretly repented not because he wanted to go on a killing spree but because this group approached his medicine valley. The gale pressed on, lasting for a long time. After the storm calmed, Li Ya stood up straight. He whispered, "It seems we can only hide in Medicine Valley for now. There's danger everywhere." "I told you." "First, follow me into the valley." Li Ya pulled Guan and walked into Mystic Valley. Just as they entered the valley, Xianxia descended from the sky, carrying a bloody head and Bai Wu's nascent soul hanging on her sword blade. At this moment, she was full of killing intent, making the disciples in the valley dare not approach. Xianxia threw Bai Wu's head in front of Wuxia, then shook her sword, shattering Bai Wu's nascent soul. She raised her sword toward Wuxia coldly asking, "Do you have any last words?" Wuxia turned pale, trembling all over. "Stop." Guan quickly rushed over to stand in front of Wuxia. Xianxia's eyes were cold. she said. He is from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. But he's been with us for decades and has never harmed us. He probably has no choice. Once this is over, it'll make him leave the Supreme Sect. Guan said through gritted teeth, determined. His words made Xianxia frown. Wuxia was very moved. He dared not look at the other disciples, wishing he could find a hole to hide in at that moment. Xianxia took a step forward, her sword tip almost reaching Guan's throat. Guan glanced at Li, shouting, "Senior brother Li, say something." Li frowned and walked over, pushing Xianxia's sword away, saying, "Let's give him that." Clearly, those demon cultivators had a grudge against Wuxia. Humph. Xianxia sheathed her sword and turned away. Guan turned to Wuxia and said, "Sorry, senior brother, we won't be able to keep you here in the future. Returning to the Thousand Autumn Pavilion will surely bring you torment. Find a place to hide and live under a different name. As long as you have goodness in your heart, no matter where you come from, you can be a good person." His sincere words made Wuxia tear up. He knelt with a thud, kowtowing to him. Li Ya's frown relaxed, sighing slightly. Xianxia glanced at Guan, her eyes showing surprise. Listening to Guan's words, it was evident that he had long known Wuxia's identity. And Wuxia seemed unwilling to be a cultivator of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Guan pulled Wuxia up and had him hide inside the house to avoid being recognized by other disciples from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Li looked at Xianxia and transmitted a message. "Why are you here? Do you need to ask? Tell him, I don't want to fight for the throne." "But he said he owed your mother and had to pass the throne to you. The Crown Prince is virtuous, talented, and has a 3-spirit root qualification. He is the ideal Crown Prince. It's useless to tell me this." The two communicated through voice transmission. Xianxia kept her eyes fixed on Guan, her thoughts unknown. Li reminded through voice transmission, "Do not harm my junior brother, or I won't recognize anyone." Xianxia ignored him. After Bai Wu's attack, Mystic Valley fell silent. The disciples gathered in the courtyard, murmuring, all discussing Wuxia's identity. The calamity of the Supreme Sect continued, more battles erupted, and the pressure of battle increased. Guan kept an eye on the Qinghong sword at his waist. Fortunately, it did not show any signs of encountering danger like the White Spirit sword would. An ancient hour later, no more demon cultivators came to Mystic Valley. Guan could not remain still any longer. He found Li and told him he was going to another medicine valley, leaving Li and Xianxia to guard Mystic Valley. Li knew that the medicine valley was in the inner sect, certainly safer than Mystic Valley, so he nodded in agreement. This time, Xianxia did not cling to Guan. In her mind, Li was naturally more important. Before leaving, Guan left an ancient gold-swallowing insect inside the house. He had established a soul connection with every ancient gold-swallowing insect and could get updates on Mystic Valley through the insect at any time. After stepping onto the transmission array platform, Guan quickly arrived at the third medicine valley. As soon as he arrived, he heard deafening roars from all directions. He opened his eyes to see dark clouds rolling in the sky. Although it was winter, the air was filled with summer heat. Seeing him arrive, Xiaochuan immediately came up, forcibly suppressing his panic, and asked, "Senior brother, what should we do?" Guan noticed Elder Tian was still there, so he did not panic. He immediately cast a lifespan detection while answering, "Don't panic, trust our sect." LV Baitian, Nascent Soul Realm 9 Layers 754/1560/3200 Goodness, that realm rose quickly. It was stable. Guan thought to himself, curious about where Elder Tian's absorbed spiritual energy came from. He told Xiaochuan to stay nearby and not run around, then he walked away, intending to patrol the Medicine Valley. Passing by Elder Tian, he sensed a hidden and strong spiritual energy flow within Elder Tian's body, which shocked him. Elder Tian was not absorbing nature's spiritual energy. Was his spiritual power born out of nothing within his body? This feeling. It was as if Elder Tian had a portal to an exotic world inside his body, spiritual power endlessly pouring out from it. Very strange. What cultivation technique was this guy practicing? Valley Master, battles are happening everywhere, don't run around. Elder Tian's voice came. He turned his head to see Elder Tian sitting cross-legged under a tree, eyes closed. His posture was completely different from usual, his body straight, exuding an indescribable air of power. "I'll go check on those medicinal herbs, won't run around." Guan left in haste, tossing these words behind. Elder Tian opened his eyes, watching his back, showing a look of gratification. "With such disciples, how could I bear to see the supreme sect fall?" Elder Tian murmured. Guan, who had run 100 feet away, heard it. Guan kept his face expressionless as if he hadn't heard it. He genuinely cared about those medicinal herbs. The 50 Foundation Establishment realm disciples guarding Medicine Valley were all in battle, including Ji Xiaoyu and Gu Yu, each fighting multiple enemies with a dire situation. Along the way, Guan quickly checked the medicinal herbs. He picked any that were about to mature to prevent them from being damaged in the battle, a real loss if that happened. While advancing, Guan heard a cry. Looking up, he saw fiery Qilins appearing on the horizon, with a figure hidden in the leading Qilin. It was Ji Xiaoyu. Qilin's step. She took a step, her figure like a ghost. The fiery Qilin collided with a demon cultivator in the core formation realm, smashing him to pieces, and the golden core melted, displaying overwhelming power. Guan felt her aura and speed were on par with low-level nascent soul realm cultivators. Ji Xiaoyu seemed to sense his gaze and glanced back during the battle. She practiced Qilin's step, casting spells with her sword, unmatched by anyone. Gradually, more demon cultivators swarmed toward her, with various spells attacking her from all directions, grandly. Ji Xiaoyu's eyes sharpened, and a powerful wave burst from her body, blasting away the surrounding demon cultivators by miles. Foundation Establishment realm cultivators exploded on the spot. She raised the treasure sword in her right hand and thrust it skyward. Spiritual power surged up the blade and shot into the sky, forming a golden disc 10 miles in diameter, containing profound and mysterious runes. Guan's keen eyes easily recognized that the wave Ji Xiaoyu had just released was a divine skill, Heaven and Earth Path Gang. Previously, Jianghu had stolen the divine power collection containing Heaven and Earth Path Gang from the Ji family's birthday banquet, which Guan often contemplated. As for the divine skill after Heaven and Earth Path Gang, he hadn't seen it but could sense a power beyond core formation realm. This lattice talent and comprehension were truly terrifying. To master 2 divine skills at the core formation realm. Golden dragon shadows burst forth from the golden phenomenon, like a dragon herd coming from other worlds, rushing toward demon cultivators everywhere, scaring them into panicked evasion. Some cast spells to resist, but their spiritual power was shredded by the golden dragons. Then they were hit and swallowed into the dragons' mouths. As they were mere shadows, Guan could see the demon cultivators swallowed, burned alive by mysterious golden flames until nothing remained. After moving forward 10 miles, Guan found no demon cultivators within 5 miles of Ji Xiaoyu. In one breath, she had killed over 100 core formation realm cultivators and more than 300 foundation establishment realm cultivators. That was just what Guan saw. She had fought for a long time before he arrived. Ji Xiaoyu hovered in midair, holding her sword, breathing slightly, with sweat beading on her snow-white forehead. She suddenly turned around, her brows furrowed. Following her gaze, countless monsters and evil ghosts like a black ocean approached from the horizon, densely packed, impossible to count. In front of the monster army was a black-robed man standing on a bone sword, holding a large black flag. Ji family's Qilin step, Heaven and Earth Path Gang, and Heavenly Dragon Demon Suppressing Form. At such a young age you have mastered so many powerful techniques. If you grow further, you will dominate the world single-handedly. The black-robed man's icy voice rang out, followed by a terrifying pressure enveloping all the world. Chapter 87. Angry Guan. LV Batian descends. Guan, who was picking medicinal herbs, heard the words of the black-robed man and couldn't help but look up. With a clear view, he could see that person's face clearly, so he cast a lifespan detection on him. "Let's see what cultivation level you have, boasting like that." Su Ju, Void Crossing Realm, 9th layer 982/2200/2300. Void Crossing Realm, 9th layer. Impressive. Guan looked from a distance. He had no intention of making a move. Perhaps there was a great cultivator from the Ji family watching over Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu looked at Su Ju, her eyes indifferent, showing no fear of his almost overwhelming aura. The heavenly dragon demon suppressing form above her head began to descend, then stood upright and hovered behind her. Strands of golden dragons emerged from it, surrounding her, making her look like the master of a dragon horde, majestic and imposing. Seeing that Ji Xiaoyu was preparing to fight, Su Ju's face showed a sneer. He raised the black banner in his hand and was about to speak when a cold snort resounded through the heavens and earth. Su Ju, you, as the vice-sect hierarch of the Wanyin sect, bullying a junior, don't you feel ashamed? Vice-sect hierarch of the Wanyin sect? Guan remembered Lin Fuqian saying that Su Rui's father was already the vice-sect hierarch of the Wanyin sect. So it's him. As Guan thought about this, he continued moving forward. Su Ju raised an eyebrow and snorted, Ji Chen, I didn't expect you to come as well. It's time to settle our old scores. He leaped up and dived into the thunderclouds. Immediately, deafening roars came from the clouds, and the boundless thunderclouds began to churn violently, with occasional rays of light piercing through them and spilling down to the mortal world. A torrent of demons roared, rushing towards the third medicine valley like wild beasts off the leash. The aura of these demons and evil spirits was not weak. They ran swiftly in the air, exuding a palpable sense of oppression. Ji Xiaoyu raised her sword, and the golden dragons from the heavenly dragon demon suppressing form immediately charged into the demon army, unstoppable. But the number of demons and evil spirits was simply too great. The golden dragons couldn't kill them all. After rampaging for over 10 miles, they dissipated as their spiritual power faded. Guan entered the forest to clear the snow accumulated in the garden area. Many medicinal herbs were crushed by the snow, causing him great distress. At the same time, his killing intent began to grow. Fight all you want, tear it all you want, just don't damage my medicinal herbs. Guan's heart was trembling. While he was worried about the medicinal herbs, Ji Xiaoyu had already fallen into the demon's encirclement. She no longer used sorcery, but fought with her twin swords, cutting down one demon or evil spirit with each strike, her momentum like a rainbow. Soon, other disciples at the core formation realm came to support her, but their numbers were still insignificant compared to the demon army. Goo goo, the cry of the heaven-swallowing dark bird suddenly sounded, drowning out all the roars of the demons and evil spirits. Guan felt annoyed. Why hasn't this creature been killed by the great cultivators of the supreme sect? Just then, Guan suddenly sensed something. He turned his head and saw, 30 miles away, a resentful cat demon that had been cut in half fell into a garden area, its body thrashing in pain, crushing patches of medicinal herbs. His eyes narrowed, and a streak of sword chi shot out from the ground, killing the resentful cat demon. Looking up, he saw more demons falling like rain into the third medicine valley. Guan's face instantly turned gloomy, and he moved his right foot to the side. At the same time, the battle in the sky remained intense. Guyu wielded a long whip, swinging it like a dragon. He shouted, "Everyone, do you have backers? Call for help quickly. My father is blocking the demons in the cold poison valley." The disciples fighting were all from the Gu and Ji families, each with a background. Without his urging, some had already taken out secret treasures, summoning reinforcements. In an instant, various rays of light and dazzling spirit lights burst forth, traversing the battlefield. In the midst of the battle, Ji Xiaoyu suddenly looked down, her face changed slightly. She saw green lights appearing on the mountains and rivers below her. These lights were rapidly growing, as if a vast green ocean would soon rise from the ground, a magnificent sight. In the distance, under a tree, Elder Tian, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look towards the battlefield. His brow furrowed. Such an immense spiritual power. Is it from the Gu family or the Ji family? Elder Tian felt puzzled. He could sense that the vast spiritual power was meant to protect the Medicine Valley, so he wasn't worried and continued to practice. The green spiritual power covered half of the third Medicine Valley. Even the servant disciples near the pavilion area saw this from afar. What is that? Is this a spell? It seems to be protecting our Medicine Valley. It should be one of ours. What kind of battle is happening over there? At the edge of the third Medicine Valley, on a mountain peak, Shenzhen stood on a cliff. From her vantage point, she could overlook the vast sea of spiritual power. She immediately took out pen and paper and began to sketch. Suddenly, her pupils shrank sharply. The green spirit sea burst out countless streaks of green sword chi. An unimaginable number of green sword chi rose into the sky, an awe-inspiring sight. Swish! Swish! Swish. The sound of sword chi slicing through the air echoed through the heavens and the earth. The disciples of the Gu and Ji families were all shocked and dodged, but they soon realized that the sword chi was aimed at the demons. One by one, the demons and evil spirits were exterminated, the sky blooming with blood-colored fireworks, tragically beautiful. Ji Xiaoyu stopped, staring at the green sword chi around her, secretly astonished. What kind of sorcery is this? The spiritual power contained in these sword chi was beyond her reach. She felt that even her great-grandfather was not its match. The green sword chi did more than just rise into the air. It could also hunt down demons. In less than 10 breaths, the world fell silent. Countless streaks of green sword chi hovered in the air. Blood mist filled the sky but could not obscure their presence. The sword chi dissipated, and there were no more traces of demons or evil spirits. All the fighting disciples were stunned, staring blankly around. In the forest, Guan exhaled softly. This wave of exertion took a toll, not just in casting the spell but also in controlling the sword chi to avoid harming the Supreme Sect disciples. Looking at the prompts that kept popping up, his face darkened. You successfully gained 2 years of life from the resentful cat demon, Tier 3. You successfully gained 1 year of life from the flying winged snake, Tier 2. You successfully gained 1 year of life from the greedy dog, Tier 2. All were 1 year or 2 years of life, and the proportion of 2 years of life was minimal. No sign of those evil spirits' lifespans. What's going on? Guan frowned deeply. He thought of the black banner in Suju's hand. Could it be that these demons weren't normal living beings? Thinking carefully, it made sense. This was the inner sect. How could the demon path bring so many demons and ghosts in? It could only be a powerful demon cultivator entering and summoning them with some form of sorcery. Even so, Gu An's lifespan still began to grow rapidly, given the sheer number of demons present. At that moment, Guan suddenly felt an urge to slaughter all around him. This method is a quick way to gain lifespan. But he restrained this impulse. Excessive slaughter could bring disaster. He should stick to his previous path to power, with no enemies, and grow stronger discreetly. Because he still wasn't sure how far the highest realm in this mortal world was from him. Before becoming invincible, it was best to be cautious. From another perspective, if he saw an ant on the ground rapidly growing by devouring other insects, he would certainly kill it. Just as the ant couldn't see him in the sky, he couldn't see those in higher realms, like the immortals. As long as the mystic yellow dragon energy skill could still be upgraded, it meant there were people who could see through its concealment sorcery. Stay steady, don't get reckless. Guan relied only on growing flowers and medicinal herbs. It might not be the fastest way to grow, but it was the safest. As the years passed, he could develop into the strongest without enemies. He stopped thinking about it and continued inspecting the medicinal herbs in the forest, clearing away the accumulated snow. When all the prompts settled, he had gained over 50,000 years of life. He had observed that the demon army had at least 200,000 members. This meant most of those demons weren't living spirits. The means of the demon path were truly sinister. As the demon army was completely annihilated, the crisis in the Third Medicine Valley was temporarily resolved. But the battle between Suju and Ji Chen continued above the clouds, the two evenly matched. Above the clouds, Suju held the black banner, surrounded by vast demonic qi, the dazzling golden light shining on his face. Following his gaze, there floated a heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form, more magnificent than Ji Xiaoyu's form, with golden dragons emerging as if they were true dragons. In front of the heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form stood a man in a large robe, his back to the golden light, making it hard to see his true face. He looked like a true immortal in the mortal world, with a commanding presence. Your demon rebirth formation is just for show, nothing more. Ji Chen spoke coldly, raising his hand. The heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form behind him burst out a golden light, which entered his hand and condensed into a long spear, emitting scorching golden flames. Suju snorted coldly, suddenly turned, and transformed into a mass of demonic qi, swiftly flying towards the horizon. Ji Chen immediately pursued, preceded by the golden dragons, looking like a golden dragon horde towing the sun, its light illuminating the heavens and earth, radiating divine might. After Ji Chen and Suju left, the Third Medicine Valley finally regained its calm, and Guan continued his work. An ancient hour later, Guan reached a small river and moved all the nearby snow into it to melt. Suddenly, A figure appeared beside him. He pretended to be startled, stumbling back 2 steps. "It's you?" "You?" Seeing the visitor's face, Guan asked in surprise. LV Batian, Void Crossing Realm, Second Layer 754/1950/3200. What's with this ghostly speed? Elder Tian was still wearing simple clothes, but his body had become robust, his withered hair floating, gradually regaining vitality. Even his skin looked younger. Under Guan's gaze, he rapidly looked decades younger, appearing to be just over 30, with a head of white hair like silver threads floating. Transformation? Elder Tian slightly raised his chin, hovered above the ground, looking down at Guan, and said, "Do you hate these demon path cultivators?" Guan's mind raced, pretending to be uneasy and nervous as he replied, "I hate." "In that case, let me take you to wipe out the demon path, how about it?" Who are you really?" Elder Tian was just a temporary name I used. My real name is LV Batian. Have you heard of it? Chapter 88. If you become my disciple, you will be the next sect leader. Good. Disguise. Guan looked at the arrogant LV Batian and thought in a daze. LV Batian's chin lifted even higher, thinking his boldness had shocked the young man. "Are you the previous sect leader who went mad from cultivation deviation?" Guan asked, feigning shock. "Deviation from cultivation?" LV Batian's face twitched and he snorted. "That was deliberate on my part. But you are only at the Qi cultivation realm now. How can you eradicate the demon path?" "Kid, I merely compressed my spiritual power into my primordial spirit and pretended to go mad. I just wanted to show those people what the supreme sect would become without me." LV Batian's tone was full of contempt, obviously directed at the Hall of Elders. Guan remained silent. The battle between LV Batian and the Hall of Elders. How many innocent disciples would die? "Let's go." LV Batian raised his hand, intending to grab Guan's shoulder, which made him quickly retreat. "I'm not going, it's too dangerous." Guan shook his head. He had to guard Medicine Valley. LV Batian chuckled mockingly. "Don't you want to see how the battle between righteous and demon paths ends?" Guan frantically shook his head, like a rattle drum, waving his hand. "I better stay and watch over Medicine Valley." "Don't worry, your Medicine Valley will be fine. Just now, I released an aura, and a great cultivator is on the way." LV Batian no longer referred to himself as this seat, and his tone had softened. Guan indeed sensed an aura of the void crossing realm quickly approaching. The foundation of the supreme sect was truly profound. How many cultivators of the void crossing realm were hidden? LV Batian acted again. Guan could see his movements but couldn't dodge, so he could only comply. Grabbing Guan's shoulder, LV Batian disappeared from the spot with him. During the swift capture, Guan maximized the mystic yellow dragon energy skill, concealing his golden core and primordial spirit, making himself appear to be a foundation establishment realm cultivator. It turned out he worried too much. LV Batian didn't take the opportunity to examine his body. After 10 breaths, LV Batian stopped, bringing Guan to a grand hall. The hall was spacious, with stone pillars on both sides entwined with true dragons, phoenixes, qilin, and other divine beast auspicious carvings unfamiliar to Guan. LV Batian let go, stepping forward, leaving a sentence. "Wait here, my power hasn't fully recovered yet." Guan, through lifespan detection, could see he hadn't recovered to his peak. These words from LV Batian's mouth sounded like nonsense. "Your power hasn't recovered, and you're still acting tough? Releasing your aura, aren't you afraid your enemies will seize this opportunity to eliminate you?" "Wait, this reckless guy forced me to follow. Could he have found out in the sword Venerable Fudao?" Guan thought of this and broke into a cold sweat. He watched LV Batian climb the steps, sitting in a golden chair, like a supreme ruler, imposing. He could tell LV Batian was indeed cultivating, with spiritual power rapidly flowing within. The hall fell silent, and Guan pondered LV Batian's intentions. After a while, Guan sensed 2 auras approaching quickly, one of which felt familiar. And how? The other aura had already reached the unification realm. He didn't turn around, just walked to a nearby stone pillar to wait. A few breaths later, 2 figures flew into the hall. Guan looked up directly using lifespan detection. Lei Zhen, First layer of Unification Realm 1465/2700/2750, Lei Zhen? Guan had never heard of him, thinking sect leader Chu Tianqi had arrived. It seemed Chu Tianqi's cultivation level was much higher. Gu An's confidence in his cultivation level of the 9 layers of Unification Realm wavered. After this tribulation, he had to work harder to accumulate lifespan. Being the strongest in the Supreme Sect wasn't enough. He had to survive the Great Demon Tribulation too. This realization brought pressure to Guan. LV Batian, you're still alive. Lei Zhen spoke loudly as he walked towards LV Batian, his voice booming like a bell. He was burly, wearing an embroidered black robe, with a mysterious and fierce beast head on his back, holding thunder in its mouth, making him look even more formidable. 16-year-old and Hao had grown taller, wearing a fitted blue robe, his long hair tied high, with 2 strands of black hair fluttering like swords. His handsome face couldn't hide the sharpness in his eyes. Guan felt very gratified looking at him now. So handsome like me. And Hao noticed his gaze and looked back, nodding slightly. Lei Zhen, do you now hope I'm alive or dead? LV Batian's voice echoed, not opening his eyes, his tone indifferent and more oppressive than when he faced Guan. Lei Zhen stood in the hall, eyeing LV Batian, squinting. Void crossing realm, looks like you were still affected. LV Batian didn't respond. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. And Hao came to Guan's side, transmitting his voice. Brother, who is this LV Batian? Guan looked at him in surprise. He didn't know and still came? And Hao followed with a voice transmission. I was captured. My master had Elder Lei protect me as we retreated, but Elder Lei suddenly turned and brought me here. Guan couldn't help but ask through voice transmission. In front of them, do you think our sound transmission skill is useful? And Hao looked towards Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen's robe fluttered slightly, an overwhelming aura brewing, poised to erupt at any moment. LV Batian, since you faked your death, don't come back. The Supreme Sect doesn't need you. As Lei Zhen's words fell, the Grand Hall's doors slammed shut. An immense aura enveloped the entire hall, making An Hao's breath hitch. Attacking me, the former sect leader, in front of juniors? LV Batian's voice echoed, never opening his eyes. Lei Zhen stepped forward, a chance for him to witness the cutthroat reality of the immortal cultivation world. He suddenly lunged at LV Batian, right palm raised, slapping towards LV Batian's skull. Boom! 2 powerful spiritual forces collided, unleashing a terrifying gust, making the entire hall tremble. Guan pretended to struggle to withstand it. And Hao stepped in front of him, using his own spiritual power to shield him. This kid. Guan felt gratified seeing An Hao's protective stance. Despite being only 16, An Hao had already reached the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment Realm. In terms of aura, Guan felt he wasn't inferior to an 8th layer cultivator of the same realm. Unfortunately, he was facing the aura of a Unification Realm cultivator. An Hao gritted his teeth, but was still forced back by the auras of Lei Zhen and LV Batian. Guan sensed something, looking ahead, seeing Lei Zhen trembling despite attacking, his aura weakening rapidly, while another aura surged quickly. LV Batian. You, impossible! Lei Zhen suddenly exclaimed, his tone filled with disbelief and despair. LV Batian slowly stood up, both feet leaving the ground, floating, looking down at him. LV Batian's expression was icy. 9 layers of void crossing realm. LV Batian's cultivation increased by several layers at once. Furthermore, he was breaking through to the Unification Realm, releasing his true power. And Hao was also captivated by LV Batian's power, eyes full of wonder. You tricked me. Defying fate divine skill. Lei Zhen trembled, his voice filled with shock and anger. LV Batian looked down at him, mocking. Lei Zhen, you remain as reckless as ever. How many died due to your rashness? You've never learned. Today, it's your turn to face the consequences. I wanted to wait for Chu Tianqi, but you came to die instead. I'll take your cultivation. Don't flee too quickly in the afterlife. Chu Tianqi will join you soon. As he finished, LV Batian raised his right hand, pressing it against Lei Zhen's forehead. Lei Zhen struggled desperately, unable to break free. Guan could see his primordial spirit struggling too. LV Batian used a baffling skill to suppress Lei Zhen's body and primordial spirit while devouring his spiritual power. Guan was also frightened. What kind of cultivation technique was this? Boom! Bation's aura surged to new heights, while Lei Zhen knelt, his body withering visibly, wild black hair turning white. First layer of unification realm. Meanwhile, the pressure on Guan and Hao lessened, Bation retracting his aura to spare them. And Hao sighed in relief, standing quietly before Guan, watching. Guan felt helpless, having taught the boy too little. Instead of escaping, he chose to watch, leaving Guan speechless. Bation's aura rose constantly, while Lei Zhen's waned, the hall's shaking subsiding. After a while, Bation completely drained Lei Zhen's spiritual power. After releasing him, Lei Zhen toppled back, rolling down the steps. Struggling, face full of pain, he raised a hand towards Bation, seemingly to plead for mercy. Bation lifted his right hand, flicked his finger, and a bloody energy pierced Lei Zhen's forehead, dissipating his primordial spirit. Gathering Spirit Divine Finger. Guan sensed Bation's aura had reached the third level of unification realm, still overflowing with spiritual power. Bation's cultivation far surpassed the third level of unification realm. This power threatened the entire demon path. Guan remained vigilant, fearing Bation's possible attacks. After all, Bation's son Xian was also deranged. Bation ignored Hao, turning to Guan, smiling. What do you think? Do I qualify to eradicate the demon path now? Guan answered nervously. You are the sect leader, of course. He stepped forward, standing before Hao. Guan, worship me as your master, and you'll be the next sect leader. Bation commanded imperiously. Guan was troubled, smiling bitterly. Sect leader, my talent is mediocre. No matter how you cultivate me, I won't earn the sect's approval. When you pass the position to me, chaos would ensue in the supreme sect. Bation sneered. What if I transfer my cultivation to you before my time ends? This. Guan was stumped by his words. But he couldn't take the sect leader role. Even mighty Bation was forced into fake death to pass on leadership. He didn't want the trouble. Moreover, by the time Bation neared his end, his cultivation would likely mean little to Guan. Chapter 89. Reversing the Universe, Emperor and Immortal. Guan heard Bation's words, and couldn't help but re-evaluate Guan. In his eyes, Guan was too ordinary. He had instinctively shielded Guan earlier because his own master had also protected the weak him once. An ordinary person like this, actually being pursued for the position of sect leader? Facing Bation's gaze, Guan took a deep breath and said, It's still not acceptable, sect leader. Considering our years together in Medicine Valley, please spare me. I genuinely don't want any trouble. I just want to lead a simple life growing herbs. Bation's eyebrows knit together upon hearing this. No one had ever dared to refuse him, and it wasn't even the first time. Guan continued, I heard from the vice sect leader that you only love cultivation usually. If you want to pass the position to me, it's probably because you want me to handle affairs for you. Why not establish one more level above the elders, limited to 3 people, for handling all sect matters? These 3 people should be chosen from the Hall of Elders and only report to you. Also, ensure that the sect leader's position can only be chosen from these 3, so the Hall of Elders won't obstruct it. Bation's tightly furrowed brows began to relax. He looked deeply at Guan but did not respond. His gaze shifted to Hao. What is your name, and what is your relationship to Xianxia? Bation asked. Hao immediately cupped his fists and replied, My name is Hao, I am 16 years old, and joined the Supreme Sect over 3 years ago. Xianxia is my master. This kid was clever, deliberately emphasizing his entry time and age. By doing this, he revealed his talent and indicated that his relationship with Xianxia was not deep. Guan thought with relief, if Bation insisted on killing Hao, he wouldn't hesitate. Honestly, no matter how one looked at it, Bation was not a qualified sect leader, but Xianxia was even more reprehensible. Hao, you're the one with the heavenly spirit root? The genius taken by the Hall of Elders right after joining the outer sect? Guan seemed to remember something and exclaimed in surprise. Hao nodded, his expression neither arrogant nor humble, calmly looking at Bation. Bation scrutinized him and said, If I were to make you my disciple, would you be willing? And Hao immediately replied, Of course, but I cannot go against my master. Although I've only met him a few times, he still bears the name of my master. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Deep down, and Hao was extremely wary of LV Batian. The cultivation technique LV Batian had displayed earlier was too sinister, no different from those of demon cultivators. However, he had to survive. What was Chu Tianqi? He only had one true master. LV Batian laughed, stepping down the steps and walking toward Gu An and An Hao. From now on, An Hao, you will be this seat's personal disciple. As for you, Guan, since you refuse to be my disciple, I won't force you. After this ordeal, if you need anything, feel free to ask me, and I will visit you often in the future. LV Batian said with a smile, his demeanor no longer domineering, more like a kind elder. He flicked his sleeve, and both Gu An and An Hao were swept away by his spiritual power. When An Hao opened his eyes again, he found himself in the sky, standing on a dark cloud, with LV Batian in front of him and Guan beside him. LV Batian unleashed a terrifying aura, stirring the thunderclouds, causing countless cultivators in the city below to look up. He flicked his hand, releasing strength energy, killing a divinity transformation realm demon cultivator tens of miles away. The demon cultivator's primordial spirit was obliterated along with his physical body. Gathering Spirit Divine Finger. The Gathering Spirit Divine Finger he used did not create as much commotion as the one Guan used, but its lethality was no weaker. He soared into the city on the cloud, killing demons with a flick of his finger, unstoppable. And Hao was stunned. What kind of spell was this? Guan, on the other hand, was sensing LV Batian's aura. It was still growing. More and more people noticed LV Batian. The demon cultivators were trembling with fear, and the morale of the supreme sect soared. Who is that? So strong. Wait a minute. Isn't that the former sect leader? How is that possible? You mean Sect Master LV? Is he really Sect Master LV? Hiss, that demon cultivator had killed hundreds of core formation realm disciples, yet he was killed with a single finger. What level of cultivation is that? This aura, my heavens! Below in the inner sect city a commotion broke out. Gu An and An Hao stood behind LV Batian, watching his massacre. News of LV Batian's return quickly spread, with the demon disciples relaying the message. In less than 30 minutes, every battlefield in the Supreme Sect knew that LV Batian had returned and was killing indiscriminately. In another inner sect city, a group of demon cultivators set up an array platform amidst the ruins. The leading purple-dressed woman frowned at a nearby disciple and asked solemnly, Where is Su Lian, the demon lord? Why hasn't he set up the array yet? No one could answer her. The other disciples of the Heavenly Extinction sect were also anxious, feeling an extremely terrifying aura in the distance, making their hearts tremble. Yang and I and Leah sensed it as well in Mystic Valley. The two stood on the mountaintop, looking toward the horizon. Leah frowned and asked, What realm is this? Yang and I did not answer, as she was unsure herself. The only thing she could feel was that this aura was not demonic chi, but pure and just, indicating that the Supreme Sect was about to achieve victory. She wasn't surprised by this. Throughout history, the Supreme Sect always managed to turn danger into safety. In this land, no sect had stood longer than the Supreme Sect. Tianya Valley. Li Xiandao, LV Xian, Lu Yun, and Luo Hun stood together on the mountaintop, looking toward the direction of the Supreme Sect. Defying fate divine skill is truly incredible, definitely the #1 miracle skill of this era, Li Xiandao marveled. Lu Yun snorted, What miracle skill? It's clearly an evil skill. The bad practices of the Supreme Sect all started with him. LV Xian nodded. The old man hasn't been in seclusion all the time. He just pretends not to know many things. His fake death was probably a ploy to cleanse the Supreme Sect and strike at the demon path. That's his usual style. He's too arrogant, thinking he can handle any storm with his level of cultivation. Talking about LV Batian, his tone was very complicated. If that person were still here, LV Batian would have a hard time, Lu Yun remarked. LV Xian responded, and the two continued discussing LV Batian. Li Xiandao looked into the distance, his eyes deep. For a long time, LV Xian noticed Li Zuando's prolonged silence and comforted him. Your Majesty, don't worry. Although the old man is strong, his talent is not as great as mine. Give me time and I will surpass him. Li Xiandao laughed. Then you better work hard to grow. I can't wait forever. When I reach unification, I will take down the old man's head and present it to your Majesty. LV Xian said confidently, causing Luo Hun to glance at him involuntarily. At dusk, Guan landed on the grass of the third Medicine Valley, looking up to see no sign of LV Batian or Hao. He had followed LV Batian in a killing spree in the inner sect. LV Batian said that since he didn't want to be the next sect leader, he couldn't witness the upcoming events, so he dropped him off along the way. Besides Lei Zhen, LV Batian had not encountered any other great cultivators of the unification realm, but the power LV Batian displayed caused Guan to feel a sense of crisis. For now, their relationship was good, but what if they had a falling out? Guan could sense LV Batian's strong killing intent, something he didn't have when disguised as Elder Tian. One had to admit, this guy could truly control his nature. Such people were the most terrifying. Guan pondered as he began checking the nearby medicinal herbs. Before long, a figure flew over and landed beside him. It was Shen Zhen. The one who brought you back earlier. Is he LV Batian, the former sect leader of the Supreme Sect? Shen Zhen asked curiously, her tone somewhat excited. Guan nodded, asking, why? Are you very interested? Of course, he was recognized by my father as his lifelong enemy. How did he revive? What did you see while following him? Shen Zhen was thrilled, even taking out paper and pen. Guan couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, Big sister, can you be less obvious when trying to gather information? You may be brave, but I'm scared. I don't want to be branded a traitor. He suspected Shen Zhen wasn't that simple-minded, but she had no reason to harm him, leading to one possible explanation. She's cunning. She probably just wanted to see others in awkward situations. Shen Zhen kept pressuring Guan with questions, pestering him for a long time until he couldn't take it anymore. If you keep following me, I'll write a medical hero travelogue and make you the first woman the protagonist meets, complete with illustrations, more vivid than the ones you draw. Guan glared at her. Shen Zhen's face turned red instantly. She glared at Guan, stomped her foot in embarrassment, then turned and flew away. Guan was stunned. Why didn't she scold him? This expression didn't look like anger. Guan shook his head with a smile and continued to check the Medicine Valley. The sun set, the moon rose. That night, the Supreme Sect was restless. When Guan returned to Mystic Valley, he could sense strong divine scents sweeping past occasionally. Demonic chi and demon energy were decreasing. It looked like the Supreme Sect was on the verge of victory. Under the moonlit night, snowflakes gently drifted down. Guan and Liya sat on the threshold, chatting softly about the history of the Supreme Sect. Most of the time, Liya was talking, and Guan was asking questions. Until dawn, Liya's inner sect disciple token received an order, summoning all inner sect disciples back to the city. He had to bid farewell to Guan. After Liya left, Guan looked at Yang and I and used the sound transmission skill to ask, the righteous and the demonic battle is almost over, aren't you going back? Yang and I glanced at him and responded with sound transmission skill. When did I ever say I'd only protect you until this battle was over? What do you mean? I will stay by your side from now on, by Li Zuando's orders. Really? You can go ask him if you want. Guan was silent for a moment, then used sound transmission to ask, is the emperor powerful? He wanted to know how others viewed Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao wanted to be the eternal emperor but was suppressed by the immortal cultivation sect. Wasn't the most powerful and influential person in the immortal cultivation sect LV Batian? Li Xiandao had even poached LV Batian's son, LV Xian. Guan felt that these two would clash one day. With Li Zuando's talent, he could indeed rise suddenly. He was publicly known to be at the core formation realm, perhaps to guard against LV Batian. The confrontation between these two would be the collision of Emperor's Path and Immortal Path. In terms of cultivation, he's mediocre, but in terms of imperial strategies, he's formidable. Yang and I responded via sound transmission, her tone dripping with sarcasm, clearly holding a grudge against Li Xiandao. Guan was about to ask more when he suddenly sensed something and said, Can you watch over the Medicine Valley for half a day? I need to go to the outer gate city. There was a remnant of the demon path nearby. Chapter 90. Time flies. Ranked in the Venerable Pavilion generally, Guan was not interested in demon path cultivators and avoided them as much as possible, but there was one exception. That was Su Ju. Su Ju had previously led a demon army to besiege Xiaoyu, allowing Guan to gain over 50,000 years of lifespan, which left a profound impression on him. After leaving Mystic Valley, Guan flew towards the outer gate city. After flying quite a distance, he performed the great yin-yang transformation, turning into a shadowy form, and disappeared into the mountains and forests with the infinite traceless Mystic Heaven Step. In a dense forest 200 miles away from Mystic Valley, Su Ju was meditating under a tree. His hair was disheveled, and his black robe was tattered, looking very miserable. Small flags were entangling his surroundings, forming a faint light shield to protect him. The vice-sect hierarch of the Huanin sect suddenly changed his expression and spat out a mouthful of black blood onto the grass, causing the weeds to wither and emit wisps of black smoke. Damn Ji family! Su Ju gritted his teeth, his tone filled with hatred. During the chase by Ji Chen, he had also encountered ambushes from other great cultivators of the Ji family and had nearly lost his life, making him fearful just thinking about it. The demon path gathered the might of 5 sects: the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, the Ancient Sky sect, the Huanin sect, the Heavenly Extinction sect, and the Cold Poison Valley, yet they were repelled in just one day. The strength of the Supreme Sect left Su Ju terrified. Thinking of the Ji family members in his sect, Su Ju suddenly desired to return and slaughter all Ji family cultivators. But just thinking about the might of the Ji family, he sighed. Forget it. Bear with it a little longer. Sooner or later, he would obliterate the entire Ji family. As Su Ju was lost in thought, a gust of wind suddenly came from deep within the forest, causing him to instinctively look over. Bang! The formation around him suddenly shattered, and a purple-black figure appeared in front of him, pressing a finger against his temple with an intimidating aura that rendered him immobile. Demon Shadow Divine Skill. Which high-ranking member of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion are you? Su Ju's expression changed drastically, and he asked cautiously. Did the Thousand Autumn Pavilion have such a powerful presence? He was in the 9th layer of the Void Crossing realm. Even though he was seriously injured, a cultivator at Void Crossing shouldn't be able to suppress him. I have a question. Guan spoke, his voice hoarse. Su Ju felt a bit relieved internally and replied, Please ask, Senior. Damn the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. I must lead the Huanin sect to flatten you all. Guan suddenly remembered that Su Ju was Su Rui's father, and Su Rui had died by his hand. Forget it. Just as Guan's voice rang out, a stream of sword chi shot through Su Ju's temple along his fingertip, severely damaging his primordial spirit. Su Ju's pupils dilated, and before he could fall, Guan followed up with the soul-capturing skill to search his memories. The spells of the Jianghu sect were very practical, and Guan could use them for a long time. The memory of a 9th-layer void-crossing realm cultivator was vast, but Guan only searched for spells related to the demon army, which had only been yesterday, making it easy to find. Half an hour later, Guan withdrew his hand, and Su Ju fell to the ground. You successfully seized 153 years of lifespan from Su Ju, 9th-layer void-crossing realm. Good, the lifespan gained was quite high. Guan suddenly found Su Ju quite agreeable and took Su Ju's storage bag, then burned his corpse to ashes. After doing all this, he finally left. He did not return to Mystic Valley but actually headed towards the Outer Gate City. Outside the Outer Gate City, there was a massive giant peak, which upon closer inspection, was actually the corpse of a giant bird. Heaven-swallowing dark bird. Its corpse lying on the ground was several thousand feet tall, larger than the surrounding mountains. Standing on a flying sword, Guan observed from afar, filled with curiosity about where such a gigantic beast lived usually. He felt that the Taitsong dynasty should not have a habitat for such a bird. It was probably captured by the demon path from beyond the 9 dynasties. After the great battle, the gates of the Outer Gate City had become heavily guarded, scrutinizing every entering and exiting disciple thoroughly. Upon entering the city, Guan went to find Yilan first. He encountered Yilan patrolling a street. Senior brother, what brought you here? The moment Yilan saw Guan, her icy face bloomed into a smile. Her subordinates tactfully dispersed. It was not the first time they had seen Guan and knew about their relationship. I came to check on you. How are you not injured, are you? Guan asked concernedly, and Yilan shook her head, then pulled him aside to talk about the events of the previous day. After the battle yesterday, the outer gate city had suffered heavy casualties, mainly due to a terrifying demon called the Underworld Demon Emperor launching an attack within the city, breaking the city's formation and plunging it into a bitter struggle. In the end, the Underworld Demon Emperor left triumphantly, leaving a shadow in the hearts of all in the outer gate city. Listening to this, Guan felt even more the brutality of the immortal cultivation world. Fortunately, those he cared about were safe. After chatting with Yilan for a while, Guan took his leave. He went to the area around the heavenly repair platform, and the number of people on the platform had significantly dwindled, with most of the remaining individuals being injured. The ghost mother of Ephemera was still there, with bloodstains on her body, as if she were truly a disciple fighting for the supreme sect. It seemed she was not aligned with the demon path or the underworld demon emperor. After scanning around the heavenly repair platform, Guan went to find Jiang Qiong. Jiang Qiong was at her residence. After closing the door, Guan looked at her and asked, "Didn't you say this city wouldn't be affected?" Jiang Qiong sat in a chair, looking very distressed, her qi and blood unstable, clearly injured. The situation changed. The information I received was false. It seems the Thousand Autumn Pavilion already suspects me. Jiang Qiong took a deep breath and said softly. Hearing this, Guan felt a bit happy and said, "In that case, you might as well abandon the dark side and join the light. Sever ties with the Thousand Autumn Pavilion." He had too many undercover identities, and he himself felt conflicted about it. He needed to discard some. Jiang Qiong shook her head saying, "It's not that easy." Guan did not comfort her but instead asked, "By the way, did the sword Venerable Fudao show up?" He was very concerned about who was impersonating him. No, that person was not Sword Venerable Fudao at all but a spy from the demon path, who had been lurking in the supreme sect for hundreds of years, posing as Sword Venerable Fudao. Once the demon path learned his true identity, their fear of him dissipated, prompting the launch of this great battle. Upon mentioning this, Jiang Qiong couldn't help but rub her temples. Guan asked in surprise, "Did the demon path betray each other? Or did that person turn and become supreme sect's bait?" Jiang Qiong shook her head. "I don't know. I'm very confused now. It said that Chu Tianqi has already fled, and the late LV Batian has taken over as the sect leader, preparing to thoroughly investigate the supreme sect. For the next period, you should come here less often. I need to handle the upcoming examinations from above." This morning, news from above said that the supreme sect will establish a venerable pavilion, which will be above the Hall of Elders. Sword Venerable Fudao will be one of the members, and the sect leader will select 3 individuals from the Hall of Elders to join the Venerable Pavilion. The Venerable Pavilion will reorganize the supreme sect and eliminate its negative practices. LV Batian really took Guan's advice. How nice to listen to advice. Guan proposed this not only to deal with LV Batian, but also to genuinely hope the supreme sect would improve. If LV Batian didn't have time to manage, let others do it. The Hall of Elders had too many people, so by the time they reached a consensus, those below were already mired in problems. The establishment of the Venerable Pavilion should alleviate some of the difficulties for the supreme sect. Afterward, Jiang Qiong took out a storage bag, saying it contained high-rank seeds she had exchanged with 80% of her savings, all above the 5th rank. She told Guan to come see her again once these medicinal herbs matured. This meant they would not see each other for several years. It seemed Jiang Qiong was facing very dangerous circumstances. The Thousand Autumn Pavilion did not trust her, and the supreme sect might investigate her. Truly walking on thin ice. Guan could only wish her good luck in his heart, then left with the storage bag, in high spirits. The Demon Path 5 sect's siege on the supreme sect swept through the immortal cultivation world like a whirlwind, shaking the entire Taizong dynasty. The supreme sect's strength also terrified the entire demon path. In the following period, the immortal cultivation world fell into an eerie calm. After LV Batian resumed his role as sect leader, he launched major reforms, established the Venerable Pavilion, weakened the Hall of Elders' power, and thoroughly investigated demon path spies, executing over 1,000 spies. After Chu Tianqi's escape, the Chu family faced LV Batian's relentless vengeance, with all Chu family members in the sect either being killed or imprisoned. Some younger disciples with relatively good conduct were stripped of their cultivation, branded with curse seals, and sent to the outer sect as servant disciples. Mystic Valley received a servant disciple with the surname Chu. It happened to be someone Guan knew. Chu Jingfeng. When Guan first joined the Supreme Sect and was attacked by the demon of greed in the Medicine Valley, the inner sect disciple Cheng Xiandan had invited for aid was Chu Jingfeng, who lost an arm because of it. Later, he even helped Guan clear out the evil cultivators around Mystic Valley associated with the demon of greed. Guan looked at the aged face of Chu Jingfeng sitting opposite him, feeling a mixture of emotions. The last time they talked, Chu Jingfeng had promised that if Guan ever faced any trouble, he could seek help from the Chu family. Time had passed, and the Chu family had fallen completely. Chu Jingfeng still maintained his one-armed form, wearing shabby clothes, with messy hair, a face full of stubble, and looking ragged and desolate. Brother Chu, as long as a person is alive, there is always hope. Work hard, and if you perform well, your punishment might be revoked. Guan tried to comfort him. Wuxia had quietly left, and now, Guan, as the head of Mystic Valley, needed to cultivate new talents. He thought Chu Jingfeng was a good candidate. If Chu Jingfeng performed well, Guan could consider passing on the Taoist expansion skill to him. The Taoist expansion skill, which relied on accumulating spiritual power to break through limits, might save Chu Jingfeng, whose cultivation had been abolished. Chu Jingfeng nodded numbly without speaking. Guan didn't push him, gave some instructions, and let him go. After Chu Jingfeng left the room and closed the door behind him with a low posture, Guan could see no respect on him, only despair. Alas! So pitiful. Guan shook his head and picked up his pen to start writing. Half a year had passed since the great battle between the righteous and the demon path. Winter had gone, spring was over, and it was already summer again. At 51 years old, he had gained many feelings about life he wished to express in his book. Until dusk, Guan left the loft and reached the transmission array platform, heading to the Third Medicine Valley. He sensed that Shenzhen was inside his house. Since Guan had threatened to write her into his book half a year ago, they had lost contact. Now she appeared. Was she here to settle scores? After all, she was the holy daughter. How could she not care about her face? Thinking about this, Guan went upstairs to find Shenzhen. Upon entering the house, he saw Shenzhen calmly sitting at the table, wearing a veil and looking at him with nothing particular to do. Something was wrong. This was not like her usual self. Could she be about to lose her temper? Guan quickly closed the door, then turned to her, just about to inquire when she asked first, "Have you started writing the medical hero travelogue?" Chapter 91. 700,000 years lifespan. Ancient relic species. Hearing Shenzhen's words, Guan almost couldn't hold back. He quickly clarified, "How could it be possible? I was just trying to scare you. I could never write such a book." He had to explain, lest Shenzhen tarnish his reputation. Shenzhen stared at him, seemingly trying to see through him. But he remained calm and unashamed. "All right, I believe you," Shenzhen said softly, but her tone was different from before, leaving Guan unable to figure out what she was thinking. Guan walked to the tea table and started to boil water to make tea. When he placed the teacup in front of Shenzhen, she finally spoke. "Actually, I came to see you for another matter." "Speak," Guan replied, then sat down at the table. Shenzhen began. "It said that Elder Tian in the Medicine Valley was actually Sect Master LV Batian in disguise. Is it true?" Guan felt there was nothing to hide, so he nodded. After all, ever since the war ended 6 months ago, neither Gu Zong nor Jianghu had come back. Perhaps LV Batian had handled them. Gu Zong was understandable, being part of LV Batian's faction, but Jianghu had cursed LV Batian in the Third Medicine Valley, and even openly expressed his desire to be the sect master. "I want you to introduce Sect Master LV to me in my personal capacity, not representing the Daotian sect," Shenzhen said as she stared at Guan. Guan frowned, showing hesitation. Shenzhen took out a red wooden box from her storage bag and said, "This is a 6th-rank spirit tree, purple mist bamboo. One segment can form a bamboo grove. Plant it at the edge of the Medicine Valley, and it will automatically form a purple mist maze array. The bamboo shoots of the purple mist bamboo are top-grade medicinal materials, with a high price." "What do you mean, what's our relationship?" Do we need to go this far? Guan said solemnly, then placed the red wooden box into his storage bag and followed up seriously. For your matter, you need only ask, I'll naturally help you. But not again. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, covering her mouth. When she laughed, her eyes were indeed beautiful. Guan thought so. With his playful manner, the awkward atmosphere between them dissipated, and the conversation resumed as usual. After chatting for a long time, Xianxia finally took her leave. Guan then started wandering around the Medicine Valley, looking for a suitable place to plant the purple mist bamboo. In the end, he chose to plant it at the southern edge of the mountainous area and sent Tangyu to specifically guard it. He began to anticipate LV Baishan's arrival. It wasn't for Xianxia. He was thinking about LV Baishan's promise. LV Baitian had said that he could ask for anything anytime. Guan didn't want another Medicine Valley for now, but he did want high-rank herbal seeds to gradually replace the low-rank ones. If he could fill an area of 100 square miles with high-rank seeds, his lifespan income would see a leap. Once he reached a lifespan of 1,000,000 years and unlocked new functions, he would completely enhance himself. Days passed by. Until the early autumn, LV Baitian finally came. He wore a black robe with dragon patterns, his black hair coiled under a jade crown, and his face was stern, looking nothing like the old elder Tian. Now he fully exuded the aura of a sect leader. Upon meeting, Guan immediately used his lifespan detection on him. LV Baitian, Unification Realm 9th Layer 755/3150/3200. Well, sure enough, he had reached the 9th layer of the Unification Realm. Moreover, his lifespan was close to the limit, making it very difficult to increase further. Guan suddenly thought of one thing. Before, Chu Xian performed a sacrificial array in the outer sect. Could it have been for LV Baitian? No, the Chu family had been exterminated by LV Baitian. It shouldn't have been his doing. While thinking, Guan welcomed LV Baitian. The two went inside to talk. LV Baitian took out 4 booklets from his storage bag, placed them on the table, and said, I established the Venerable Pavilion as you suggested. These are the 4 members of the Venerable Pavilion. You can take a look. Upon hearing this, Guan immediately picked up a booklet and found that it not only contained the names and portraits of the Venerable Pavilion members but also various detailed information, including their life experiences. He quickly flipped through, seemingly casually, but in reality, he memorized all the information. The last booklet was about Sword Venerable Fudao, only including his title and records of his actions. In the immortal cultivation world, he was known as Flying Leaf Sword Immortal, and Supreme Sect revered him as Sword Venerable Fudao. Sword Venerable Fudao, Gu Gua, Jianghu, Zhou Yu. How impressive! They happened to be the 3 strongest families of the Taizong dynasty. And they were all at the Unification Realm. Guan had yet to meet these 3 people. Now he had seen 6 people at the Unification Realm: LV Baitian, Jihantian, Gu Gua, Jianghu, Zhou Yu, and Lei Zhen, and this wasn't even the full strength of Supreme Sect. Guan always remembered that the strongest in Supreme Sect was the true inheritor, who had already left the Taizong dynasty. Who knew if Supreme Sect had a Supreme Elder? Guan was both shocked and asked, Sect Master, is it appropriate to show me this kind of thing? LV Baitian smiled. If you ever want to write a book similar to Investiture of the Gods, you can include Supreme Sect. Supreme Sect under Supreme Immortal Venerable is somewhat playful and not deep enough. We will see. I'll finish writing Supreme Immortal Venerable first, Guan replied. Supreme Immortal Venerable had at least 5 million words, and he only published 1 book a year, each book having only about 100,000 words. Sometimes he even wrote 1 book in 2 years. It was far from being finished. The main reason was that Supreme Immortal Venerable brought significant spirit stone income, far surpassing Investiture of the Gods. He didn't want to let it go for now. LV Baitian laughed and didn't urge him. Guan appropriately put forward Xinzhen's request, and LV Baitian agreed immediately, saying she could meet him today without any hesitation. Guan then asked, Sect Master, do your previous words to me still count? Why, had a change of heart and want to be the Sect Master now? LV Baitian squinted and asked, clearly pleased. No, you said I could ask for anything. I want more high-rank herbs. I can even help you plant them, delivering the mature herbs to you. I want to understand the various rare flowers and herbs in the world to enhance my planting techniques, Guan quickly explained. Planting techniques. LV Batian twitched his mouth and looked at him oddly. In the end, LV Batian still agreed and said that in a few days, he would have someone deliver the herb seeds. Afterward, Guan got up to find Shenzhen and brought her to meet LV Batian. After they met, Guan went downstairs, not disturbing their conversation. This time, LV Batian set a restriction. Even Guan couldn't eavesdrop. The two talked for an ancient hour before dispersing, with LV Batian leaving first. Shenzhen stood beside Guan, watching him depart. Shenzhen turned to look at him and asked with a smile, "Aren't you curious about what we talked about?" Guan shook his head. "I don't dare to ask, nor do I want to know. I'm afraid of causing trouble." I gave him a piece of information in exchange for Supreme Sect's strongest sound technique. "When I master it, I'll show it to you," Shenzhen said with a smile. After speaking, she jumped up and flew toward her cave. Guan didn't think much of it. Shenzhen's actions had nothing to do with him as long as they didn't threaten him. He began to look forward to LV Batian's high-rank herbal seeds. 5 days later, LV Batian's people arrived, handing Guan a storage bag. He checked it with his divine sense. The grades were high, and there were tens of thousands of seeds, including a booklet and a letter. Guan returned to his room to read the letter. LV Batian said these seeds were provided personally by him, not using the sect's wealth. If Guan planted them well, he could take half of the revenue. If he failed, he must become his disciple. Upon reading this, Guan felt helpless. He couldn't understand why LV Batian was so obsessed with taking him as a disciple. Could it be that he was captivated by my personality charm? In a blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. During these 5 years, no major events had happened in Supreme Sect. Guan's life became very peaceful. Yilan, Shenzhen, Liya, Jianghu, and Gu were all busy cultivating and rarely visited him. Although the war between the righteous and the demonic factions ended quickly, its impact was significant. One day at noon, Guan arrived at Mystic Valley through the teleportation array. He was in a good mood, humming a little tune. He had just calculated that his lifespan income hoped to break through 100,000 this year, and his total lifespan had already exceeded 700,000 years. A million-year lifespan was very close. He couldn't wait to become stronger. Upon arriving at Mystic Valley, he sensed Liya's presence. Liya was drinking tea with Xianxia in the attic. Liya didn't deliberately hide his presence, so Guan directly walked towards the attic. After entering, Liya spoke first. "Junior brother Gu, I plan to leave Supreme Sect and head to North Sea Mountain for training. I won't return until I reach the nascent Soul Realm." Guan couldn't help but curiously ask, "What is North Sea Mountain?" Liya smiled. North Sea Mountain is to the north of Taitsong Dynasty. Its area is equivalent to the entire Taitsong Dynasty, surrounded by 4 other dynasties. It's a place where demons gather and cultivators go for training and seeking opportunities. It is also very dangerous. After hearing this, Guan suddenly felt that North Sea Mountain was suitable for his next breakthrough. From the 9th layer of the unification realm to a higher realm, the commotion from the breakthrough made Guan afraid to imagine. It was best to stay away from Supreme Sect. Xianxia asked, "You're not thinking of going there to find the North Sea Kuan fish, are you?" Liya scratched his head and said, "You found it out. 2 years ago, there were reports of North Sea Kuan fishes sightings in North Sea Mountain. I want to go and see. Anyway, I have nothing to do and want to get rid of those people arranged by my father." Guan sat down and asked, "What is North Sea Kuan fish?" Xianxia glanced at him and said, "You should remember the heaven-swallowing dock bird from before. In this world, there exist ancient relic species. They differ from demons, being incredibly huge. The difficulty of shape-shifting far surpasses that of the demon clan. Due to their immense size, they are worshipped by the human race as mountain gods and sea gods, with mysterious whereabouts." Guan became more interested and started asking about the remaining ancient relic species. Xianxia casually described a few, making him yearn for them. "All right, I should go." Recently, a prodigy named Jianghu appeared in the sect. At 22, he's already preparing for core formation. It's unbelievable. "I must work harder in my cultivation and not become his stepping stone," Liya said as he got up. Hearing this, Guan also felt that Hao's cultivation speed was remarkable. This indicated that LV Batian valued Hao and invested a lot of resources in his cultivation. Guan was still pondering when Liya directly leapt out of the window. He couldn't get rid of that bad habit. Guan looked at Xianxia and asked, "He's gone, what about you?" "Not leaving. Following you to plant flowers and herbs feels interesting, much better than fighting and killing," Xianxia replied. Chapter 92. The green vine tree becomes a spirit, the realm above unification in the forest. Guan was leading Xianxia in planting seeds. As he buried the soil, he glanced at the nearby medicinal herbs and said, "That is shy songgrass. Its leaves tend to curl up easily, and when the wind blows through, it makes a strange sound like singing. When that happens, you have to help it open its leaves to ensure it doesn't hinder its growth." Xianxia squatted beside him, listening intently, her eyes filled with curiosity. When Liya left, Xianxia said she wanted to stay and plant flowers and grass. Guan had thought she was joking, but surprisingly, she wasn't. She began participating in the planting and always asked him questions, showing great humility. After changing her attitude, Xianxia began to integrate into Mystic Valley, interacting with other servant disciples. Guan wanted to assimilate her, to truly make her one of them in Mystic Valley. So he taught her very diligently. "From now on, you will be responsible for managing the medicinal herbs in this garden. Let's test your ability, see if you can protect the garden as well as you protect people." Guan stood up and smiled. Xianxia did not refuse. Instead, she showed an expression of anticipation. Soon after, Guan left, leaving Xianxia to observe the garden by herself. He returned to Mystic Valley and saw Chu Jingfeng standing in front of the wooden railing, lost in thought, not knowing what he was thinking about. Since coming to Mystic Valley, Chu Jingfeng had always been like this. When Guan assigned him tasks, he would do them, but if Guan didn't assign him chores, he would just stand there in a daze. For the sake of their past friendship, Guan decided to help him out. "Brother Chu, I just got a new swordsmanship. Would you like to help me take a look?" Guan patted Chu Jingfeng's shoulder and asked with a smile. Chu Jingfeng nodded expressionlessly, then followed him into the deserted forest. He was also a sword cultivator. Although his cultivation level had been destroyed, his memory still remained, so he believed he could help Guan. Even though he didn't speak much on normal days, he was actually very grateful to Guan. When he first arrived, he wished he could find a hole to hide in when facing Guan. But Guan didn't mock him, instead treated him very well, and maintained this attitude for many years. It couldn't be an act. He couldn't understand what Guan could possibly gain from him, and could only think that Guan was genuinely kind-hearted. After all, the disciples in the valley held Guan in high regard. Under Chu Jingfeng's gaze, Guan performed a basic sword move from the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword set. Despite his clumsy execution, lacking smoothness, it still made Chu Jingfeng's eyes light up. "Gu! Valley Master, what swordsmanship is this?" Chu Jingfeng asked, barely able to contain his excitement. As a swordsman, how could he not be thrilled to see such profound swordsmanship? Guan scratched his head and said, "I don't know either. I encountered a senior when I went to the heavenly repair platform before. He taught it to me, saying that if one could master the swordsmanship, one could become a sword god in the mortal world." Chu Jingfeng was about to speak but stopped himself. Guan smiled and said, "What do you think? Do you want to learn it? I'll teach you. I only have one request, and that is for you to go back to being the person you used to be." I miss the ambitious Chu Jingfeng. Even if your cultivation is gone, you can still practice swordsmanship. Isn't there a legend that someone never absorbed any energy in their lifetime but achieved enlightenment through swordsmanship? If others can do it, why can't you? Upon hearing this, Chu Jingfeng's face changed and he struggled internally. In the end he agreed. Actually, he had never wanted to be dispirited. He just couldn't find a reason to keep going. Now, suddenly, Guan's words made sense to him. Without cultivation, does that mean he can't practice swordsmanship? Shouldn't a sword cultivator face difficulties head-on? And so, Chu Jingfeng started practicing the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. He learned the moves very quickly, which amazed Guan and boosted his confidence. Late at night, a few miles away from Mystic Valley, by the river, Guan moved aside some rubble, opened a stone slab, and then crawled inside. The stone slab closed behind him, and the surrounding rubble moved into place, restoring the scene to look as if it had never been disturbed. Guan followed the underground passage all the way to the 8 scenic caves. A 5-zhang-long black dragon burst from the underground river and swiftly flew before him. As usual, he took out the corpse of a demon sheep, placed it on the ground, and Sky Dragon opened its mouth to spit out a vast flame, starting to roast the sheep. In another 2 or 3 years, I'll take you out. How about that? Guan asked with a smile as he stroked Sky Dragon's head. Guan planned to release Sky Dragon during his next breakthrough, letting it live in the North Sea Mountains. Previously, he had hoped Sky Dragon could practice a transformation skill, but unfortunately, no such transformation skill existed. Instead, he had taught Sky Dragon the Demon Shadow Divine skill, but after years of practice, it still had not mastered it. Hearing that it could leave, Sky Dragon immediately stopped roasting the sheep and excitedly asked where it would go. Guan briefly introduced the North Sea Mountains, making Sky Dragon even more eager. He instructed it not to reveal his existence or that of the 8 scenic caves after leaving, and it promised not to. Actually, it wouldn't matter if they were exposed. By the time Guan returned from the North Sea Mountains, he would surely have surpassed the Unification Realm. Then, even the entire 1000 Autumn Pavilion wouldn't be able to take his green vine tree. Of course, he trusted that Sky Dragon would keep its mouth shut. Next, you must practice diligently, lest you get eaten by a demon as soon as you step outside, Guan teased. Sky Dragon raised its head proudly and said, "How could a dragon get eaten by a demon?" Guan stroked its dragon head, then walked toward the green vine tree. Guan valued this 7th-tier spirit tree highly. Every time he came to the 8 scenic caves, he would inspect it to prevent any issues. Under the tree, Guan looked up at the branches of the green vine tree. As he watched, his brow suddenly furrowed. He noticed a certain branch twitch slightly. Though very subtle, it indeed happened. Sky Dragon was still not far away roasting the sheep, so it wasn't a prank by him. Could this tree be becoming sentient? Thinking this, Guan found it increasingly possible. This was the holy tree of the 1000 Autumn Pavilion. Surely it had something mystical about it. Becoming sentient wasn't impossible. Guan continued to stare at it, but the green vine tree showed no further signs of abnormality, as if what he saw earlier was just an illusion. He used his divine sense to probe, finding nothing unusual. But doing this could serve as a warning to the green vine tree not to act out of line. After staying for an hour, Guan finally left. Going forward, there was another thing he needed to be vigilant about. He didn't worry about the green vine tree becoming sentient. In fact, he somewhat anticipated it. Spring passed and returned, and 2 years elapsed. Guan's lifespan had reached 950,000 years, and he felt that he would reach 1,000,000 years before the end of the year, filling him with anticipation and making him energetic all year. One day, Yilan visited Mystic Valley to see Guan. The two stood by the window in the pavilion, watching the busy disciples while chatting. Yilan spoke about recent major events in the immortal cultivation world, which Guan found fascinating. A new sect had emerged, called the Ephemera Sect. No one knew its location, but its cultivators continually invaded various demon path sects, seizing cultivation techniques, spells, treasures, and more, plunging the demon path into chaos. In contrast, the righteous path sects remained unaffected. Some said the Ephemera Sect was supported by the Supreme Sect because a great demon cultivator had appeared who used leaves to kill enemies, reminiscent of the sword Venerable Fudao of the Supreme Sect. Hearing this, Guan felt displeased, thinking, "Why is someone else taking credit for my reputation? You've mentioned so many events, but none targeted the Supreme Sect, which suggests we've established a strong reputation," Guan said with a smile. He was genuinely happy. The more peaceful the Supreme Sect, the better for him. After all, he could grow stronger by planting flowers and grass. In another 50 years, no one in the 9 states would be stronger than him, right? Yilan thought for a moment and said, "Actually, there is." A cultivator claiming to be a ghost thief, neither righteous nor evil, appeared. He used to like stealing from the rich to give to the poor, but as his fame grew 6 months ago, he declared he would steal the mystic pure tree from the Supreme Sect, saying that the Supreme Sect hoarded 90% of the Taizong dynasty's resources and violated the heavenly Tao. He wanted to take the mystic pure tree and plant it at the edge of the heavenly pond. Mystic pure tree? Guan's brow furrowed upon hearing this. This was the 7th-tier spirit tree granted to him by the supreme sect, which had already grown up. How could he let anyone steal it? This ghost thief was courting death. On second thought, since the thief's actions aligned with chivalrous ethos, he decided not to kill him but would definitely teach him a lesson to prevent further attempts. Curious, Guan asked, is the ghost thief powerful? Of course. Otherwise, how could someone offend so many and steal so many treasures yet live until today? Yilan replied, rolling her eyes at Guan. True, there was no point in asking her, as she didn't even know what realm lies beyond divinity transformation. Guan chuckled and then asked how her cultivation had been lately, whether she was diligent. Although all lives would part eventually, he hoped the day when he and Yilan parted forever would come later. This question led to a barrage of criticism from Yilan. Yilan thought the same way, wishing for him to cultivate earnestly and extend his lifespan. The two began to argue playfully. After a while, Yilan suddenly asked, "Senior brother, do you know the current emperor?" Guan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Junior sister, why do you ask?" The emperor introduced Spring Festival. Starting from this year, it has spread across various states, and the customs are exactly like your Spring Festival, Yilan said gravely. Guan dismissively said, "I also heard this from an unknown elder. Besides, the Spring Festival has been celebrated for so many years. It's normal for people to know about it, as its meaning is quite good." Yilan found this reasoning sound but still reminded him. "Recently, we've received orders from above to gather information about Emperor Li Xiandao and increase the number of disciples sent on missions to Jianghu. It looks like there's some interest in the throne from above." "What do you mean, the sect wants to seize the throne?" "Not exactly. The crown prince is a disciple of our sect, but he has been crown prince for a century. Naturally, the sect wants to assist him." Guan couldn't help but look far west to the forest 100 zhang away. He saw Xianxia watering the flowers and plants, not sure if she was eavesdropping. They chatted for a while longer. Yilan shut the window, wanting to talk to Guan about other matters and even acted flirtatiously, but he reprimanded her sternly. Yilan glared at him in shame and anger before leaving. Watching her leave, Guan's thoughts drifted to the North Sea Mountains. He needed to visit the book collection hall to find some maps and prepare for his breakthrough. He wondered what the realm above unification was. Guan went downstairs, intending to head toward the transmission array platform when Xianxia suddenly stopped him and transmitted her voice, saying, "Beware of the crown prince. If he learns of your relationship with Li Ya, he'll come after you and plot against you." Chapter 93 Guan's background. Isn't the crown prince very virtuous? Senior brother Li holds him in high regard, indicating they should have a good relationship, Guan asked using the sound transmission skill, his tone puzzled. Xianxia snorted. "That's just because Li Ya is naive. Over the years, the crown prince has dispatched many shadow agents to assassinate him. I've blocked one attempt myself." "Then why don't you tell senior brother Li to be more cautious?" "It's his father's decision. His father fears that alerting the enemy would provoke the crown prince into staging a coup. His father is of mediocre cultivation and no match for the crown prince. If the crown prince ascends to the throne, it would only be more dangerous for Li Ya." Xianxia's answer made Guan want to laugh. Li Xiandao was almost in the void-crossing realm. Yet he wasn't a match for the crown prince? In this way, it seemed Li Xiandao was someone like Guan. To this day, Li Xiandao had never revealed his cultivation level. The only reason Guan knew his true cultivation was because he had opened his golden finger. "I understand. I'll be careful of the crown prince," Guan replied using the sound transmission skill. Xianxia nodded and no longer stopped him. Watching Guan's departing figure, Xianxia slightly shook her head. "Why am I starting to genuinely care about this kid's safety?" Ever since Xianxia learned that Guan had Medicine Valley within the inner sect, she felt his identity was not simple. At the very least, within the supreme sect, he was well taken care of and unlikely to be in danger. Immediately, Xianxia stopped thinking about it. In the next few days, the dusk flower she had planted with her own hands was about to bloom. She very much anticipated the scene when it blossomed. On the other side, Guan arrived at the third Medicine Valley. He walked straight to the mystic pure tree. The mystic pure tree had already grown into a large tree, its leaves were dense, and the white spirit rat was napping under it. Since the mystic pure tree had shade, it seldom ran around and spent its days sleeping under the tree. Guan did not mind this. On the contrary, he looked forward to it. LV Batian once said that the mystic pure tree could not only enhance the spiritual energy of the area, but also improve one's comprehension if one cultivated under it. If the white spirit rat slept under the mystic pure tree all day, would it gain Tao comprehension in its dreams? Let's experiment. If it worked, he would also nap under the tree in the future. Guan took an ancient gold-swallowing insect from the insect bag at his waist and let it fly onto the tree. Then, he found Xiaochuan and instructed him to place 100 pounds of iron ore under the tree every month to nourish the ancient gold-swallowing insect. The best thing about Xiaochuan was that he never asked unnecessary questions and agreed to the task directly. After checking the mystic pure tree, Guan moved on to the human-faced tree and the purple mist bamboo, ensuring that these treasures were growing well. He then began to patrol the third medicine valley. The third medicine valley now cultivated many high-rank medicinal herbs. Last year, when LV Batian came to visit, Guan specifically requested an increase in the number of servant disciples. LV Batian immediately agreed, raising the number to 300. Even with 300 people, Guan still felt understaffed. But if he wanted to increase the number further, he would need to produce enough yields to prove himself. It wasn't until evening that Guan returned to the loft. Today, he had harvested another batch of medicinal herbs, gaining thousands of years of lifespan, bringing him closer to the 1,000,000 mark. A month later in the morning, after leading the Mystic Valley disciples in exercises, Guan returned to the loft and spread out a map on the table. This map was hand-drawn by a great cultivator of the Supreme Sect, and it even had restrictions. When he extended his divine sense into it, he could see detailed topography, giving him the feel of using a VR map from his previous life. No wonder the map's price reached 5 top-grade spirit stones. It was truly worth the cost. Guan immersed himself in searching for a suitable place for a breakthrough. By noon, someone from Mystic Valley came to visit. Yang and I transmitted a message to Guan. The Crown Prince is here, handle it yourself. I can't show up. Upon hearing this, Guan slowly put away the map, then got up and walked out of the loft. He came outside and saw a white-clad man holding a folding fan walking towards him. The man had an elegant demeanor, a smiling face, looking every bit like a gentle scholar. Guan cast a lifespan detection. Li Dai, Nascent Soul Realm, First Layer 189/960/1250. No special cultivation techniques. Cultivation level was as it appeared. A nascent soul cultivator under 200 years old. He was indeed a genius. Instead of approaching Guan, Li Dai walked towards Chu Jingfeng, who was inspecting the garden in front of the wooden fence. Chu Jingfeng, long time no see. Li Dai greeted from a distance. Chu Jingfeng turned to look and frowned. They met and started to chat, with Li Dai's laughter being very hearty, attracting the attention of other disciples in the valley. In front of Li Dai, Chu Jingfeng appeared very tense. It was mostly Li Dai talking about old times while he nodded along. After chatting for quite a while, Li Dai finally walked towards Guan. He came to the front of the loft and saluted Guan, saying, "My name is Li Dai. I am from Cangzhou. May I ask if you are the Valley Master Guan?" Guan raised his hand in salute. "Greetings, Your Highness. I am Guan. Would you like to come up and talk?" Li Dai smiled and nodded, then went upstairs. The servant disciples became excited, not expecting this person to be the present crown prince. Although they had already joined the immortal sect, they were still very curious about the current crown prince, wondering why he had come to see the valley master. Some of them surrounded Chu Jingfeng, asking how the two knew each other before. Guan and Li Dai chatted for a full hour. When Guan escorted him downstairs, his face was full of smiles. Before parting, Li Dai even held Guan's hand, making Guan feel uncomfortable. "Junior brother Gu, we really hit it off. When I return to the Supreme Sect next time, I must come and chat with you again," Li Dai said with a warm smile, appearing to have no hidden motives. Guan agreed with him, and then watched as he flew out of Mystic Valley. The two had not talked about anything significant. Li Dai seemed to have come just to make friends. They even talked about Li Ya, and Li Dai's words were full of concern. If not for Xianxia's prior warning, Guan would have thought they were really good brothers. Until he left, Li Dai made no demands and did not try to recruit Guan could sense that a divinity transformation cultivator was hiding in the mountains and forests nearby, likely to protect Li Dai. After leaving Mystic Valley about 10 miles, Li Dai's smile disappeared, replaced by a grim expression. An elderly man in a green robe flew to his side and whispered, "Your Highness, there is a nascent soul cultivator in the valley." "Yes, I already felt it. It's Xianxia. Father has actually sent Xianxia to guard him. This person's relationship is certainly not simple. Look into his background, find out what his identity really is within the Supreme Sect," Li Dai said coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent when he mentioned Xianxia. The elderly man in the green robe asked, "If he has no backers, should we capture him?" "I'll first see the sect leader. The sect leader's attitude is crucial. If the sect leader supports me, then we'll directly eliminate Li Ya and Guan, cutting off father's spies and pawns," Li Dai responded. The two did not know that their conversation was overheard by Guan. In front of Guan, a divinity transformation cultivator was no different from an ant on the roadside. "Want to kill me? Interesting," Guan smiled. He did not take it to heart. Even if he stood still without fighting back, Li Dai and the old man in the green robe couldn't kill him. Guan turned and went upstairs. It didn't take long before Xianxia entered through the window. Xianxia's face was grim. "He probably sensed my presence. It looks like his cultivation technique has reached the transformation realm." Guan asked in confusion, "Do you have a grudge against him?" "Of course, my sister's death is related to his mother. How could I not have a grudge?" "Does senior brother Li know about this?" "No, because it's just suspicion without evidence." This guy came to the Supreme Sect, most likely to seek a relationship with the Venerable Pavilion or the sect leader. His previous supporter, Xianxia, has already fled, so he needs to find new backing. "Let him be." Guan took out a book and began reading. Xianxia, standing beside him, asked in surprise, "Aren't you afraid he will capture you to scheme against Li Ya?" "What can I do? I am not his match. Since His Majesty sent you to watch over me, I cannot refuse. If he wants to kill me, I can't stop him either. It's better to pretend nothing is wrong and enjoy my days in peace," Guan casually responded. His open-minded attitude made Xianxia involuntarily look at him with a bit more admiration. Xianxia assured, "Don't worry, if he really wants to take action against you, I will definitely protect you. Just don't run around recklessly." Guan was too fond of running around, sometimes going to the outer gate city and sometimes to his inner sect Medicine Valley, both places she dared not intrude. "Thank you for your protection, senior. Don't worry, under the Supreme Sect's watch, he shouldn't dare act recklessly," Guan smiled at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and left without saying more. Guan sensed her entering the forest to practice cultivation. It seemed she was under a lot of pressure. During her many years in Mystic Valley, she only practiced cultivation in the dead of night. Guan also wanted to become stronger. He pulled up his attribute panel and smiled at the lifespan figure. Almost there. In a residence surrounded by birdsong and fragrant flowers, where trees were full of brightly colored flowers, a small stream encircled a pavilion. LV Batian and Li Dai sat opposite each other in the pavilion. Li Dai picked up a wine jug and poured wine for LV Batian. "Being the crown prince for 100 years must have been tough on you. Some voices from the populace have reached my ears over the years," LV Batian said casually as he took the wine cup. Li Dai sighed. "Father actually did quite well. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak to suppress the prefects and aristocratic families. Under the prosperous exterior of the Taizong dynasty, suffering and darkness are hidden. I want to make life better for the people. My mother's family has already promised to fully support me." LV Batian looked at the small stream beside him without staring at Li Dai. He said indifferently, "Who becomes the emperor doesn't matter to the Supreme Sect. What matters is that they must live up to the Supreme Sect's trust." Li Dai hastily guaranteed, "The Supreme Sect is the orthodox sect of the world. If I become the emperor, the Supreme Sect can oversee my actions. Tell your men to stop investigating Guan. No matter how your imperial family fights, do not involve Guan," LV Batian said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Li Dai's face changed dramatically. At this moment, Li Dai thought of many possibilities. He cautiously asked, "Which family does Guan come from?" Guan's cultivation was too low, leading him to subconsciously think he belonged to a certain family but had modest qualifications, thus coming to the supreme sect to spend his life in peace. He has no family background. His only background is me. Is that enough? LV Batian said this while looking at Li Dai, startling him into a cold sweat. Chapter 94. Million-Year Lifespan, 5 Elements Treasure Body. The Crown Prince, Li Dai, visited Guan again just 7 days after his last visit. This time, he brought many medicinal herb seeds, clearly putting in a lot of effort. Although Guan did not know why he was being so generous, he appreciated and accepted the gift, even inviting Li Dai for a drink. The atmosphere of their conversation was more pleasant than before. Until he left, Li Dai did not attempt to recruit him, as if he truly wanted just to befriend him. But after Li Dai left, the way Yang and I looked at him changed. "It's the first time I've seen him so attentive to someone," Yang and I said in a complicated tone. Guan laughed and said, "Who could blame him? I treat people kindly." He wasn't foolish. He guessed it might be because of LV Batian, but he wasn't sure what exactly had happened. Li Dai came to the Supreme Sect looking for support, and he definitely wouldn't go to look for the noble families, especially excluding the Ji family. Aside from that, only LV Batian had such significant influence. Yang and I also guessed that there was a bigger supporter behind Gu, and since even Li Xiandao could not make the Crown Prince so attentive, she was very curious about who Guan really was. "It's best not to tell His Majesty about this. You've been with me for so many years. You should understand my character. I don't seek disputes, nor do I want to be suspected by others," Guan said to Yang and I seriously. Yang and I nodded and quipped, "It seems that Li Yao is not your blessing, but rather you are Li Ya's blessing. Indeed, with your diligence in planting and cultivating so many medicinal herbs, and not fighting for power, if I were one of the Supreme Sect seniors, I would also favor you." Guan took out the storage bag given by the Crown Prince, drew out 100 seeds, and handed them to Yang and I, saying, "These are all 5th-tier seeds. Cultivate them carefully, and if you do well, you can have 1/10 after they mature. I will give you more seeds in the future." Yang and I received the medicinal herb seeds with a look of joy and immediately agreed to this task. Guan looked at her, feeling very gratified. In the 3rd Medicine Valley, there were many people, but the only one who genuinely liked planting flowers and herbs was Yang and I. Xiao Chuan preferred raising demon beasts, and the other disciples were cultivating immortality, having no choice but to work. Guan began to have higher expectations of Yang and I. With the changing of seasons from summer to autumn, the autumn colors covered the Mystic Valley, Tianya Valley, and the 3rd Medicine Valley. In the autumn season, the Supreme Sect had an added touch of beauty, with autumn leaves covering the mountains and rivers, stretching as far as the eye could see. Near the end of autumn, one afternoon in Tianya Valley, Guan wrapped the freshly picked medicinal herbs with spirit protection paper, and a 3-line notification appeared before him. "You have successfully extracted 52 years of lifespan from deer bone grass, 5th tier. Your lifespan has surpassed 1 million years for the first time, unlocking the enemy lifespan prediction feature." Enemy lifespan prediction. Once activated, it will automatically discern cause and effect. When a living being harbors hostility towards your true self, a notification will appear. The notification does not consume lifespan. Investigating the opponent's lifespan will consume lifespan. Reading the new feature, Guan paused. This is really good. It could alert him to potential enemies, helping him to avoid risks. He immediately activated the lifespan prediction feature. But there was no notification for the time being, perhaps because it started from now. Guan's mood became cheerful. He felt this feature was significant and that waiting for so many years had been worth it. Moreover, he had accumulated 1 million years of lifespan and was about to break through. He started to hasten his movements. After harvesting the mature medicinal herbs in Tianya Valley, he transported them all to the storage tower. He discovered that the herbs in the storage tower had all been taken, leaving it empty. Not thinking much about it, he left after placing the herbs. Just as he exited the storage tower, LV Xian came up to him and said, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Today I need to teach you the Mystic Tortoise Surging Wave Palm. He had already taught Guan 8 spells. 2 years ago, he decided to start from scratch and focus deeply on one spell. He did not believe there could be someone so foolish. He prepared to spend 50 years drilling Guan, 50 years devoted to one spell. Even a pig should grasp it, right? Guan pushed him aside and said, "Not today, another time." Xian was stunned as Guan pushed him. This guy dared to push him? He actually got pushed. No. Xian held Guan's shoulder, not letting him leave. Guan shook his head helplessly and said, "I think I have already mastered the Mystic Tortoise Surging Wave Palm. Would you like to see?" "Is that so? Try it now." Xian immediately let go, urging excitedly. Guan walked to an empty space, raised his palm, and struck out. Instantly, a wave of air surged from his palm, creating wave-like phenomena in the air ahead, reaching several feet. He withdrew his palm and said, "I wasn't lying. I have been practicing diligently in private. I have other matters to attend to. Teach me how to enhance it next time." With that, he leaped into the sky and flew away. Xian did not try to stop him again, standing there with furrowed brows. After a long time, Xian couldn't help but mutter, "It's a state of ease, without a trace of breath from behind. He really has mastered it." Returning to the Mystic Valley, Guan first went to the third Medicine Valley to harvest the remaining medicinal herbs, then went back to the Mystic Valley. He found Xianxia and informed her he would be leaving for 2 days to report to the inner sect. Xianxia had no doubts. He departed at dusk, heading in the direction of the outer gate city, taking a large detour before returning near the Mystic Valley. Late at night, he sneaked into the 8 scenic caves and brought out Sky Dragon. Sky Dragon was very excited, looking around curiously. Guan took it and left the Supreme Sect directly. He trod the infinite traceless Mystic Heaven step, bypassing the Supreme Sect, and hurried towards the North Sea Mountain. Sky Dragon was amazed by Guan's step technique but wasn't overly startled, as it regarded its master as the closest person and had no experience with others to form a broader worldview. The North Sea Mountain was over 300,000 miles away from the Supreme Sect. Along the way, Guan continued to use the infinite traceless Mystic Heaven step, rushing at full speed without stopping. Upon nearing the North Sea Mountain, Guan released Sky Dragon. "Master, see you later," Sky Dragon exclaimed and left excitedly. Guan smiled, then donned a mask and changed into black clothes, continuing his journey. He aimed to have a breakthrough deep in the North Sea Mountain. The North Sea Mountain was surrounded by mountains and bordered the sea. The North Sea was actually a vast lake, as large as an ocean. Guan walked through the air, seeing the endless North Sea glistening under the moonlight, with fog drifting over it, extending beyond the horizon. Along the way, he saw a giant fish, over 100 yards long, leap from the lake and stretch its body mid-air, a truly magnificent sight. The North Sea Mountain was not only inhabited by demons but also by cultivators and ghosts. Guan sensed a battle between cultivators, both of the nascent soul realm. He only glanced briefly before swiftly moving on without stopping. Break through first, and then enjoy the scenery. He wondered where Leia might be. With this thought, Guan spread his divine sense to find a suitable location for his breakthrough. After about an hour, Guan arrived in a deep mountain area. He sat down under a large tree. Within a 3,000-mile radius, there was no sign of human activity. Not even many demon creatures, only wandering ghosts. Hence, this forest was particularly eerie, with ghostly air thickening the atmosphere. Guan directly activated the lifespan barrier, first making himself invisible. Then, he brought up his attribute panel. Name, Guan, lifespan, 58/1-002-060. Spirit root. Top quality 5 elements heavenly spirit root. Cultivation level. Unification realm, 9th layer. Cultivation techniques. Fire control art, initial insight. Yangwood primordial skill, mastery. Mystic yellow dragon energy skill, consummation. Alchemy. Slight accomplishment. Myriad poison mystic skill, untrained. Yin yang art, untrained. Taoist expansion skill, untrained. Seeing his 7-digit lifespan, he felt a strong sense of accomplishment. He planned to allocate 100,000 years of lifespan to his spirit root, Yangwood primordial skill, and Mystic Yellow Dragon energy skill each. Then, he would enhance his cultivation level. As for spells, ultimate skills and divine skills, he could spare fewer lifespan points since he rarely engaged in combat. Guan directly allocated 100,000 years of lifespan to his spirit root, intending to stop regardless of the outcome. You have allocated 100,000 years of lifespan to your spirit root for evolutionary cultivation. You have perceived the nature's spiritual energy for 1,000 years. Your 5 elements spirit root perception power has increased. You have perceived the nature's spiritual energy for 2,000 years. Your 5 elements spirit root perception power has increased. You have perceived the nature's spiritual energy for 7,000 years, finally comprehending the 5 elements' true meaning. Your top quality 5 elements heavenly spirit root has been refined. You have perceived the nature's spiritual energy for 56,000 years, finally comprehending the 5 elements' true meaning. Your top quality 5 elements heavenly spirit root has been refined. A string of notifications flashed crazily before Guan's eyes. Although he was prepared, he couldn't help but scowl. Perhaps he shouldn't have enhanced the spirit root after all. The top quality 5 elements heavenly spirit root was already adequate. But since he had enhanced it, he could only endure. Though it hadn't transformed, the refinement should have strengthened his aptitude. Guan comforted himself. The notifications continued. You have perceived the nature's spiritual energy for 70,000 years, finally comprehending the 5 elements' true meaning. Your top quality 5 elements heavenly spirit root has been refined. You have perceived the nature's spiritual energy for 80,000 years, finally comprehending the 5 elements' true meaning. Your top quality 5 elements heavenly spirit root is undergoing transformation, being wrapped in nature's spiritual energy. You have entered a state of nirvana. You have perceived the nature's spiritual energy for 90,000 years, successfully undergoing nirvana. Your top quality 5 elements heavenly spirit root has fused with your body and soul, upgrading to 5 elements treasure body. You have perceived the nature's spiritual energy for 100,000 years. Your 5 elements treasure body has been refined. Seeing the 5 elements treasure body, Guan's spirit lifted. He felt like he had found a silver lining, and his hard work had paid off. Ecstatic. Just as Guan's mood soared, the spiritual energy in the ground began to surge. A terrifyingly violent wave of spiritual energy rushed towards him. The momentum was even more exaggerated than when he broke through to the 9th layer of the unification realm. Sorry to all beings in North Sea Mountain, you are going to be alarmed. Guan immersed himself in the magical process of spiritual energy refining his body. Throughout the North Sea Mountain, beings continually sensed the descent of spiritual energy. In less than 15 breaths, even those at the periphery could feel the anomaly. In a secluded valley, a white-robed Li Xiandao sat on an array platform, surrounded by thousands of elixir bottles and storage bags. Flags stood around the platform, with even more flags and talisman papers on the surrounding valley walls, creating a dazzling display. Li Xiandao opened his eyes, his brows furrowed. Another descent of spiritual energy. What is going on? Why is this happening even in the North Sea Mountain? Li Xiandao muttered to himself, an uneasy look in his eyes. Chapter 95. Innate Realm, breaking through to Mystic Heart Realm 9 layers. Inside the cave, the firelight flickered. Li sat on a stone, his upper body bare, wrapping his entire bodice wounds with white cloth. Blood continually seeped out, looking extremely terrifying, yet he did not frown. Hovering beside him was a soul body, an elder with a tall figure, stroking his beard as he watched him. You can endure the toxicity of the 1,000-handed demon vine. Your body has grown stronger again. The elder praised. Li responded calmly, still not enough. Compared to LV Xian and Ji Xiaoyu, it's nothing. Not to mention, the sect has recently seen the rise of an Hao, who is said to have talent even more exaggerated than the two of them. The elder chuckled. They are born geniuses. You are different. You are a genius of effort and may still surpass them. From my perspective, innate talent is not the most important. What matters most is a steadfast Taoist heart and a relentless spirit of perseverance. Li nodded, just about to speak, when the flames on the fire suddenly shook violently, causing Li Ya's expression to change dramatically. Spiritual energy sinking? Li frowned, as did his elder. The elder frowned, Could it be a natural disaster rather than man-made? What does this portend? He calculated with his fingers, but unfortunately, could not determine anything. As the spiritual energy in the North Sea Mountains began to sink, the roars of demon beasts echoed unceasingly between heaven and earth. Cultivators hiding in their caves rushed out, and those who were fighting had to stop. Under a tree, Guan was surrounded by 5-colored spirit light, looking like a light egg as he sat motionless in meditation. He also heard the roars from all directions. This commotion no longer frightened him. This was just the beginning. After enhancing his spirit root, he still needed to enhance his cultivation technique, and then his cultivation level. The spiritual energy in the North Sea Mountains was exceptionally dense, far surpassing that around Mystic Valley. Even though the spiritual energy was beginning to sink, it did not significantly affect the overall spiritual energy of the North Sea Mountains. As time passed, Guan's attention began to focus on the consumption of the lifespan barrier. He could not afford to be careless. He had a premonition that the consumption of the lifespan barrier this time would not be a small amount. He did not want to die from lifespan exhaustion. An hour later, Guan had completely transformed into a 5-elements treasure body. He could feel the changes throughout his entire physical body, with his chi blood and strength growing stronger, his ability to induce spiritual power increasing, and his senses undergoing a tremendous transformation. He even felt as if the 5-element spiritual energy around him had merged with him, a sensation that was simply too marvelous. Guan suppressed his joy, planning to study the wonders of the 5-elements treasure body later. For now, he needed to continue burning lifespan. First, the Mystic Yellow Dragon Energy Skill. This technique allowed him to conceal his cultivation level and aura, which was extremely crucial. 10,000 years invested. A series of notifications flashed crazily, and Guan carefully read through them. The Mystic Yellow Dragon Energy Skill was promoted to Earth Divine Energy Skill, and Earth Divine Energy Skill was promoted to Primordial Rui Skill. Promoted twice. Not bad. Memories of the Primordial Rui Skill flooded into his mind. The Primordial Rui Skill not only drastically increased the ability to hide his cultivation level and aura, but also awakened the Divine Skill, Great and Minor Rui. By covering an object with spiritual power, it allowed any existence to shrink or grow, including living spirits and himself. This divine skill truly made Guan feel the wonders of the immortal path. Guan immersed himself in path enlightenment, forgetting external matters. In the distance, Li Xiandao, who was meditating on an array platform, took out a compass and began to cast a spell to deduce. Needles on the compass jumped wildly, causing his expression to become solemn. After a long while, the speed of the needles jumping slowed down. Though still slightly trembling, the hexagram was revealed. The heavenly secrets are concealed, unseen for 1,000 years. Li Xiandao muttered, then joyfully spoke to himself, although the spiritual energy is sinking, making it unsuitable for cultivation and tribulation crossing. What I need is not spiritual energy but tribulation crossing methods. The concealment of heavenly secrets is an excellent opportunity for me. He frowned again, hesitating. He was unsure of the reason behind the sinking spiritual energy. If it was caused by a great cultivator, would he encounter trouble if he crossed his tribulation here? But thinking about the court situation, Li Xiandao gritted his teeth. Cross. To die in a celestial tribulation was better than to die in court. His goal was not just the void crossing realm, but the unification realm. He wanted to become an immortal emperor, just like the mythological heavenly emperor. Li Xiandao put down the compass, raised his arms, and instantly, the formations in the valley activated one after another. Layers of light screens rose, and the spiritual energy within the formations swirled above his head, gradually gathering into clouds. He then waved his sleeves, and the mouths of all the elixir bottles opened in succession. After completing all this, he looked up. The sky was dark, thunderclouds rolled, and the light of the formations illuminated the tribulation clouds above him clearly. The gathering heavenly might made his gaze increasingly resolute. He had to succeed. Passing down the primordial Rui skill consumed another hour for Guan, but he felt it was relatively fast. This skill was far more complex than previous cultivation techniques, yet it could be inherited in a short time, giving him the feeling of having cultivated for 10,000 years. This indicated his lifespan golden finger was also growing stronger. Previously, He had worried that as his cultivation level increased, the time to achieve breakthroughs in reality would also lengthen. If eventually any cultivation technique inheritance took several days, and breakthroughs took several months, how could that possibly work? Luckily, he did not need to worry. Guan glanced at the lifespan consumed by the lifespan barrier and found the situation acceptable. Continue. Guan invested 10,000 years of lifespan into the Yangwood primordial skill. Notifications started flooding his vision again, but they did not distract him. The Yangwood primordial skill was promoted to primordial earth immortal skill. It only advanced once, but with the word immortal in its name, Guan had high expectations. Tonight, 2 cultivation techniques starting with primordial had appeared, reminding Guan of the primordial Taoist talisman within Xiaoyu. Could primordial be a stage? If that were true, wouldn't Xiaoyu be born with an advantage that took others hundreds of thousands of years of effort? No wonder they were so monstrous. Guan marveled inwardly, and then the vast inheritance memories took over his thoughts. As spiritual energy sank again, the hearts of the beings in the North Sea Mountains, which had just eased, tensed once more. Figures exuding powerful auras continually passed over the forest where Guan was. Some were as large as mountains, but none noticed the person hidden in this forest, the culprit behind the sinking spiritual energy. This night, the North Sea Mountains would certainly not find peace. More than half an hour later, Guan opened his eyes. Seeing that he still had 680,000 years of lifespan left, he sighed softly. The lifespan barrier had already consumed over 10,000 years of lifespan. He began to feel that the situation was not looking too good. He looked toward the column of cultivation level. He was about to invest his lifespan when battle pressure came from the east, causing him to frown. A battle between Unification Realm cultivators. The distance was not too far, about 200 miles. This distance was very close for Unification Realm cultivators. Guan did not rush to make a breakthrough, willing to wait until they moved farther away. What if they intruded into his lifespan barrier during his breakthrough? Ah, if only the lifespan barrier could upgrade in the future. Guan lamented inwardly, but he was not panicked. If they did intrude, he would be forced to grant them death. Reaching the Unification Realm was not easy. He hoped they knew better. Fortunately, the situation did not develop into the worst-case scenario Guan imagined. The 2 Unification Realm great cultivators fought for a while before chasing each other away into the distance. Let's do it. First, invest 10,000 years to calm the nerves. 10,000 years should be enough for a successful breakthrough. You invested 10,000 years of lifespan to cultivate and evolve your cultivation level. You practiced energy absorption cultivation for 500 years, using your great achievement in primordial earth immortal skill to forcibly impact the mystic heart realm, and began tribulation crossing. You did not survive the Tsongyuan 5 spirits' heavenly tribulation crossing failed. You practiced energy absorption cultivation for 1,500 years, using your great achievement in primordial earth immortal skill to forcibly impact the mystic heart realm, and began tribulation crossing. You did not survive the Tsongyuan 5 spirits' heavenly tribulation crossing failed. Tribulation crossing every 1,000 years was still acceptable, indicating his margin for error was high. 100 attempts should be enough to succeed in crossing the tribulation, right? He had enhanced 2 cultivation techniques. Failure. 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 Continuous failures irritated Guan's eyes. Before the consumption of 50,000 years of lifespan, he felt that it was fine, still acceptable. When he failed at 67,500 years, he began to grit his teeth. The 68th time failed. Who could bear this? Failures continued. You practiced energy absorption cultivation for 81,500 years, using your great achievement in primordial earth immortal skill to forcibly impact the mystic heart realm, and began tribulation crossing. You did not survive the Tsongyuan 5 spirits' heavenly tribulation crossing failed. You practiced energy absorption cultivation for 82,500 years, using your great achievement in primordial earth immortal skill to forcibly impact the mystic heart realm, and began tribulation crossing. You survived the Tsongyuan 5 spirits' heavenly tribulation crossing succeeded, and your cultivation level broke through to the first layer of the mystic heart realm. You practiced energy absorption cultivation for 83,000 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the second layer of the mystic heart realm. You practiced energy absorption cultivation for 84,000 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the third layer of the mystic heart realm. You practiced energy absorption cultivation for 99,000 years, using your great achievement in primordial earth immortal skill to forcibly impact the Mahayana realm, and began tribulation crossing. You did not survive the mystic yellow five gods' heavenly tribulation crossing failed. You practiced energy absorption cultivation for 100,000 years, and you are still preparing for tribulation crossing. As the final prompt came, Guan sighed in relief. The ninth layer of the mystic heart realm. The next major realm was the Mahayana realm. Guan marveled inwardly. As expected, breaking through minor realms was not difficult. The hardest part was tribulation crossing. It was so exaggerated that he hoped he would not face over 100 or 1,000 failures in the future. The earth spirit energy once again surged towards Guan compared to earlier. The commotion was not as great, as they were both 10,000 years of lifespan investments. Guan brought up the attribute panel, looking at the remaining 680,000 years of lifespan. He hesitated, debating whether to break through another major realm or enhance his divine skills. He had to elevate the infinite traceless mystic heaven step and the great yin-yang transformation, which would help him escape and conceal his identity. Besides these two, he also needed to improve two offensive skills. Thinking this way, he felt his lifespan seemed a bit insufficient. Should he invest less in offensive skills? After all, he was not fighting beyond his realm. Moreover, the spells and ultimate skills he currently mastered were regarded as extremely profound sorcery within the 9 dynasties immortal cultivation world. Guan, caught in his dilemma, began enhancing his cultivation level. Abundant spiritual energy continued to pour into his body, causing his cultivation level to grow, his robes billowing violently as if about to burst at any moment. Chapter 96 Breakthrough to the 8th floor of the Mahayana realm. When Guan enjoyed the elevation of his cultivation level, the spiritual energy in the North Sea Mountains sank once again. This time, it caused a great storm, as if a tempest was imminent. The demons, cultivators, and ghosts all hid themselves, waiting for the sinkage of spiritual energy to end. They didn't know what was happening. They could only pray for the calamity to end soon. In a certain valley, Xianxia had already begun tribulation crossing. A mass of thunderclouds floated above the valley, not maintaining the same height as the thunderclouds in the sky, just a bit higher than the surrounding mountain peaks. This tribulation cloud was accumulating heavenly power, with strands of lightning within the cloud roiling, faintly visible and strikingly alarming. Xianxia was cultivating energy on the array platform, golden dragon shadows coiled around him, making his robe billow and sound with movement. After a while, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and looked up sharply, only to see a bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly striking down from the tribulation cloud. Boom! The outermost formation formed a screen of light to resist the bolt of heavenly lightning. Before the light screen dissipated, a second and third bolt of heavenly lightning struck down in quick succession, causing alternation between light and dark in the valley. Xianxia raised his hand and a treasure sword appeared in his hand. Once the sword emerged, a dragon roar resounded, with strands of blood energy swirling around the blade, as if countless evil ghosts were roaring and wailing within. He drove the treasure sword into the ground beside him, then closed his eyes, continuously casting magic with both hands, and spiritual power flowed into the formations in all directions along the array platform. Spirit stones flew out from his storage bag one after another, densely packed, quickly covering the open spaces of the array platform. With his eyes closed, he opened his mouth, and spirit pills flew out from the bottle, automatically entering his mouth, causing his momentum to rise rapidly. Night winds rose, and rumbles of thunder could be faintly heard. From high above, this valley appeared so small, sitting within the vast darkness of the North Sea Mountain, like a faintly glowing star in the night sky. Time flew by quickly. After an ancient hour of accumulation, Guan finally reached the first layer of the Mystic Heart Realm and now began striving towards the 9th layer of the Mystic Heart Realm. Upon reaching the Mystic Heart Realm, his heart underwent a transformation, glowing with golden light and coursing with golden blood. A rune even appeared on the surface of his heart, a mysterious mark of sorts. Guan enjoyed the spiritual energy pouring into his body while sensing the rune on his heart. In the void, he gained some profound insights. Primordial divine power. The mystic heart rune could give birth to his own divine skills, though the time and strength of their birth remained unknown. The kind of divine skills that could be born depended on a cultivator's life's experiences and accumulated achievements, and everyone's resulting divine skills would differ. Guan was so immersed in this creation that he couldn't free himself. Through the mystic heart rune, he developed new ideas for his various Taoist sorceries and began organizing his cultivation achievements. Meanwhile, his cultivation realm broke through continuously. Second layer of the mystic heart realm. Third layer of the mystic heart realm. Fourth layer of the mystic heart realm. Guan suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the treetops. In the night sky, a bolt of lightning appeared above the trees. It didn't descend from the sky but appeared out of thin air, lingering instead of disappearing instantly, twisting wantonly like a struggling long worm. What was that? Guan frowned, feeling uneasy. The bolt of lightning started to split, creating several more bolts. Then suddenly, the space between the lightning tore apart, revealing a black crack. A figure with disheveled hair leapt out, showing fair skin in the lightning's glare. Judging by the figure's build, it was a woman, draped in tattered cloth that barely covered her, implying her robes had been torn not long before. Guan sensed her aura, shocked, and immediately cast lifespan detection. Lu Lingjun, Unification Realm, 9th layer 1989/2750/3700. A nearly 2,000-year-old monster. She was definitely the oldest person Guan had ever seen. Moreover, at the 9th layer of the Unification Realm, she could compete with LV Batian. Who exactly was she? Lu Lingjun hovered in the air. The black crack behind her began to contract and quickly disappeared, taking the lightning with it. She took out a blue Taoist robe from her storage ring to cover her graceful body, followed by a belt to wrap around her waist. Guan didn't care about the offensive gender differences. He just wanted to know who this woman was. Lu Lingjun's long hair flowed in the wind, revealing a delicate and perfect face, though her brows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes were full of confusion. One of her hair strands fell out and transformed into a white snake resting on her shoulder. Guan cast lifespan detection again. White Spirit Demon Emperor, Unification Realm, 8th layer 4678/6280/8300. A Unification Realm demon pet? Just who was this woman? The White Spirit Demon Emperor flicked its tongue and spoke in a light feminine voice. Such rich spiritual energy, it seems we have successfully ascended. The legends were not fabricated. Ascend. Ascend? Guan was stunned. The implications of these two words were huge. Lu Lingjun furrowed her brows deeply and said softly, "When traversing earlier, the power of the heavenly thunder was truly terrifying. It almost destroyed me. I flew towards the weakest part of the thunder and ended up here. Judging by the richness of the spiritual energy, it is indeed more abundant than our mortal realm, but whether we have ascended successfully or not, we need to explore further." The White Spirit Demon Emperor looked into the distance and said, "The spiritual energy here is sinking. There is Unification Realm demon energy in the distance. It seems we have indeed ascended successfully. We roamed the mortal realm for 200 years, traversing the ends of the earth, and there were very few in the Unification Realm, only 5 among the human race and only me among the demon clan. Only the legendary Great Heavenly Spirit Land might have such common encounters with the Unification Realm." Great Heavenly Spirit Land? Hearing this, Guan felt more curious. It seemed these two beings came from a weaker realm than this one. This world was vast and unknown to all. The 9 dynasties were but a corner of this continent. What lay beyond the ocean was unknown. At least Guan didn't think the Unification Realm was the pinnacle of this continent, let alone the true peak of this world's strength. Immortals were merely legends, ethereal and elusive, but the immortal cultivation world here was immensely broad. Apart from marveling at the vastness of the world, Guan also felt relieved. He initially thought a major power had descended upon the land of the 9 dynasties, in which case, the 9th layer of the mystic heart realm would have been inadequate. These 1 human and 1 demon ascended without background. Integrating into this world would likely take time. Unaware of anyone below, Lu Lingjun and the White Spirit Demon Emperor spread their divine sense and, confirming no one was within 500 miles, dared to converse so unguardedly. They talked for a while, then flew south. They believed the vitality of the human race was strongest in the south, while the north was filled with demon energy. Oh no! Hopefully they avoid the supreme sect. Guan silently prayed. Based on their conversation, Guan suspected their successful ascension was due to the benefits of the lifespan barrier. The lifespan barrier could evade the heavenly tribulation, naturally weakening the heavenly thunder, which also explained why, after breaking through space, they descended right above Gu and was full of emotion. To think there were still ascenders in the world. Anyone who could break through from one world had to be formidable. With their methods, they'd likely continue to reign supreme. Not okay. The 9th layer of the mystic heart realm was unstable. Improving my divine skills could wait. Reaching the Mahayana realm came first. Like Lu Lingjun and the White Spirit Demon Emperor, no matter how terrifying their methods, they couldn't reach the Mahayana realm in just 100 years, right? Guan directly pulled up the attribute panel. Although his cultivation level enhancement wasn't complete, he was prepared to directly use his lifespan. He would continue absorbing spiritual energy later. The usual routine, break through with 100,000 years of lifespan. Be generous. You poured 100,000 years of lifespan into your cultivation to accelerate the process of qi absorption cultivation. You cultivated qi absorption for 1,000 years. With the great accomplishment of primordial earth immortal skill, you forcefully challenged the Mahayana realm and began tribulation crossing. You didn't endure the 5 gods' heavenly tribulation of heaven and earth, and your tribulation failed. You cultivated qi absorption for 3,000 years. With the great accomplishment of primordial earth immortal skill, you forcefully challenged the Mahayana realm and began tribulation crossing. You didn't endure the 5 gods' heavenly tribulation of heaven and earth, and your tribulation failed. Failing to cross the tribulation every 2,000 years made Guan a bit nervous. Even though lifespan consumed in simulated cultivation was more than real cultivation, it still indicated the difficulty of the Mahayana realm. Despite the Supreme Sect's thousands of years of history, the book collection pavilion had no records of the Mahayana realm. Guan was ready to invest another 100,000 years of lifespan. Anyway, the invested lifespan was merely a number, only meaningful when transformed into cultivation. Failure. 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 The final results were as he expected, 100,000 years down the drain. He scowled and invested another 100,000 years. The prompts kept appearing, and repeated failures numbed his heart, raising his blood pressure. A great cultivator of the 9th layer of the mystic heart realm shouldn't be so easily angered. But Guan couldn't contain his emotions. Finally, seeing the word success, Guan let out a long breath and smiled. You cultivated qi absorption for 87,000 years. With the great accomplishment of primordial earth immortal skill, you forcefully challenged the Mahayana realm and began tribulation crossing. You endured the 5 gods' heavenly tribulation of heaven and earth, successfully crossing the tribulation. Your cultivation level advanced to the 1st layer of the Mahayana realm. You cultivated qi absorption for 88,000 years. Your cultivation level advanced to the 2nd layer of the Mahayana realm. You cultivated qi absorption for 92,000 years. Your cultivation level advanced to the 5th layer of the Mahayana realm. You cultivated qi absorption for 94,000 years. Your cultivation level advanced to the 6th layer of the Mahayana realm. You cultivated qi absorption for 96,000 years. Your cultivation level advanced to the 7th layer of the Mahayana realm. You cultivated qi absorption for 99,000 years. Your cultivation level advanced to the 8th layer of the Mahayana realm. You cultivated qi absorption for 100,000 years. Your cultivation level increased. The 8th layer of the Mahayana realm. 100,000 years of lifespan. Guan felt a bit frightened at the thought but was glad to have succeeded. The consumption after successful tribulation was decent, indicating the improvement of spirit root and cultivation technique was effective. He remembered spending 18,000 years advancing from the 1st layer to the 9th layer of the unification realm, requiring 3,000 years per layer after the 5th layer. Considering the Mahayana realm cultivation would be even more challenging, the reduced time was proof enough that enhancing the spirit root and cultivation technique was beneficial, with effects that would continue in reality. At this moment, Guan regained his confidence. Disregarding how powerful the strongest individuals on this continent might be or the vast scope of overseas areas, Guan felt he could now dominate the land of the 9 dynasties. LV Baitian, at the 9th layer of the unification realm, suppressed the demon path of the Taitsong dynasty, preventing invasions. The Taitsong dynasty was not the weakest among the 9 dynasties. Even if there were stronger beings in other dynasties, they likely only reached the mystic heart realm. Chapter 97. The terrifying Mahayana realm. The rising sun emitted rays that cut across the North Sea, over the mountains, and through the forest where Guan resided. At this moment, his cultivation level had already reached the 7th layer of the Mahayana realm, and he was aiming to break through to the 8th layer. Guan brought up the attribute panel and saw that he still had 370,000 years of lifespan left. He thought he could improve his combat skills a bit more. However, today he couldn't continue. After a night's upheaval, the spiritual energy in the area had become thin. He feared ruining the ecosystem of the North Sea Mountains, so he would wait until the spiritual energy in the North Sea Mountains recovered before returning. The next goal was to accumulate a lifespan of 10 million years. Just the thought of this number was terrifying, but Guan was filled with fighting spirit. The life of a cultivator was extremely long. He could take his time, thinking first about which spells, divine skills, and ultimate skills to improve. Time continued to flow. When Guan reached the 8th layer of the Mahayana realm, the speed at which his physical body absorbed nature's spiritual energy slowed down. He patiently waited for the breakthrough to end. After an entire night, the lifespan barrier consumed more than 20,000 years of his lifespan, showing just how significant the disturbance caused by Guan was. Guan spread out his divine sense to see how far his divine sense could now cover. The scenery of countless mountains and rivers entered Guan's vision. He saw many demons, ghosts, and cultivators, and even saw an enormous ancient relic species as large as a mountain. Guan enjoyed the magnificence of the Mahayana realm's divine sense. Suddenly, he saw an acquaintance. Li Xiandao. This fellow was undergoing tribulation in a valley. Guan saw the formations and those spirit stones and bottles within the valley, causing his mouth to involuntarily twitch. No wonder Li Xiandao was breaking through so quickly. It was not only because of his exceptional talent but also because he was dumping massive resources. Guan thought about how he relied solely on his physical body for tribulation crossing through his evolutionary cultivation. He couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Forget it. He couldn't compare like this. After all, in reality, he had never undergone tribulation crossing. He should be content with himself. Guan observed for a while, feeling that Li Zuando's tribulation crossing seemed stable. Then, he looked towards other areas, mainly to see where Liya was. Soon, his divine sense captured Liya's aura. That boy was hiding in a cave, seemingly injured once again. Sigh, what a reckless guy. Don't die out there. Guan decided to go find Liya later, to guide him in another identity. The elder in Liya's body wasn't very capable. Guan also saw the sky dragon. This guy was bullying a group of minor demons, strutting around and shouting about being the king. In the end, Guan's divine sense enveloped the entire North Sea Mountains. Every corner of the North Sea Mountains was visible in his eyes, and this feeling of overlooking everything fascinated him. The demons and cultivators in the unification realm in the North Sea Mountains now appeared no different from ordinary creatures in his eyes. One had to admit, the North Sea Mountains indeed hid many talents. He sensed no fewer than 100 unification realm auras in this area. Of course, those who had reached the 9th layer of the unification realm were very few, fewer than 5, including Lu Lingjun, who had not yet left the North Sea Mountains. Guan enjoyed his power that belonged solely to him. When his cultivation level stopped growing, and his body no longer absorbed spiritual energy, he dispelled the lifespan barrier and then stood up. He stretched lazily. The sunlight filtering through the leaves and falling on him made him feel rejuvenated. Indeed, no achievement, fame, or relationships in the world could compare to the feeling of becoming stronger. Liya walked out of the cave dwelling. The sunlight shining on him made him squint and frown. His upper body was wrapped in white cloth, with patches of bloodstains. He raised his right hand and summoned a heavy sword from within the cave. As it fell into his hand, his right arm trembled, and a look of pain crossed his face. Kid, your wounds have just healed, and you want to practice swordsmanship already? Are you underestimating the weight of the North Sea nether iron or overestimating the power of the dragon image divine primordial? The elder's voice echoed in Liya's ears, filled with helplessness. Liya grinned and said, I have to make the most of my time cultivating. I don't have much time left. I need to catch up with the time of the Holy Land recruitment you mentioned. The elder retorted irritably, that Holy Land isn't a must-go place, it's a path followed by prestigious clans. But didn't you say that the Li family once reached a glory comparable to the Zhou family and the Gu family? I may not want to be a prince, but I have an obligation to see the Li family prosper. Li lifted the North Sea heavy sword and walked toward the empty ground ahead. Behind him was a small hill, surrounded by forests, with only 5 square meters of empty space. After last night's phenomenon, the ground was covered with various debris and fallen leaves. The clouds in the sky had been torn apart, and the sunlight passing through them formed rainbows, creating a beautiful and surreal scene. Li gritted his teeth and swung the heavy sword in his hand. This sword was forged under the elder's guidance. It was made of nether iron, a rare material found only in the North Sea, and was very hard to come by. This sword weighed 10,000 pounds. Its weight would double with the infusion of spiritual power. Li Ya's injured body had difficulty swinging the sword without using spiritual power. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept from the depths of the forest, startling Li Ya. He turned around instinctively, raising his sword to block. With a bang, Li Ya was thrown out, crashing into the mountain wall, sending rocks flying. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. As he landed, he thrust his heavy sword into the ground to support himself, yet he still ended up half kneeling, as the white cloth on his body quickly turned red, and all the wounds reopened. Humph, human boy, hand over the dragon image divine primordial. A hoarse voice came. From the forest emerged a demonic figure, a man in a black robe with a fox head, exuding demon energy. His hands had sharp claws, resembling 10 daggers. Li stared at the figure, gritting his teeth and uttering the name. Resentful Fox King. The resentful Fox King glared at Li Ya, his expression suddenly turning hideous. You've been poisoned by my fox poison, and you're still standing? Have you consumed the dragon image divine primordial? As he finished speaking, his voice became sharp, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Li gripped the sword handle with both hands, gasping heavily, and called out in his heart, Elder, I need your help. The elder couldn't help but lament. Do you really think my soul power is endless? Just saving you these few nights has nearly drained me. I don't believe you. You say that every time. You ungrateful brat. How did the Li family end up with such a worthless descendant like you? Who told you to reside in my body, deliberately absorbing my spiritual power and altering my spirit root manifestation, causing me to be detected with mixed spirit root talent? You. The argument between Li Ya and the elder in his mind grew more intense, causing him to cough uncontrollably. The resentful Fox King took a step toward him, locking his murderous intent on Li Ya, making him feel as though he were in an ice cellar. At that moment, Li Ya's vision suddenly darkened. He looked up instinctively and saw a dark purple figure standing before him. It was him. Li Ya recalled that when Elder Chan had seriously injured him outside the Mystic Valley, this mysterious demon cultivator had saved him. The elder had said this demon cultivator used the demon shadow divine skill of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Li Ya had previously racked his brains but couldn't figure out his connection to the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, attributing it to mere coincidence. But now he was shocked. This mysterious demon cultivator had appeared again. Guan, performing the great yin-yang transformation, looked at the resentful Fox King and sensed that his opponent's cultivation level was merely equivalent to the divinity transformation realm. To be safe, he still threw out a lifespan detection. After all, it didn't consume his lifespan. Resentful Fox King, Divinity Transformation Realm 4th Layer 1409/2900/3400. Quite a straightforward demon. The resentful Fox King could not discern Guan's cultivation level and immediately felt nervous, asking, Who are you? Guan raised his hand, pointing to a distant place, indicating that he should leave quickly. Guan did not like killing enemies without cause. He could already seize medicinal herbs to extend his lifespan and wanted to retain some humanity, avoiding a propensity for murder that could eventually lead to a reckless personality or even arrogance, bringing great trouble. The resentful Fox King's expression fluctuated, but in the end, he clasped his hands, turned around, and left. The resentful Fox King harbors animosity towards you, resents you deeply. Would you like to perform a lifespan detection on him? A prompt suddenly appeared in front of Guan. He resents me deeply already? A death wish. Guan raised his right hand, grasped the air, and the terrifying spiritual power of the Mahayana realm erupted, causing the resentful Fox King to explode instantly, and his primordial spirit vanished into thin air. No spells, no divine skills. Simply suppressed with pure spiritual power. If the resentful Fox King had a storage bag, Guan might have been more restrained. Immediately after, Guan received a notification that he had seized a lifespan, which was not bad. He obtained 190 years of lifespan, consistent with his previous speculation that lifespan seizure spanned from 0.5% to 20% of the remaining lifespan of the target. Li Ya, still half kneeling on the ground, was stunned. A demon king of the divinity transformation realm died just like that? He didn't even see how this demon cultivator made his move. Could someone be killed from a distance? How is that possible? What is his realm? The elder's voice trembled as he exclaimed in Li Ya's mind. This time, Guan heard the soul's voice within Li Ya. The Mahayana realm cultivator couldn't yet hear the voices of living beings, but the soul within Li Ya communicated using soul power. Every word caused a slight fluctuation, and this wave couldn't escape the perception of a Mahayana cultivator. Guan turned to look at Li Ya, who was so scared that he retreated, pressing tightly against the mountain wall. This individual's realm is likely higher than my peak level, the elder said solemnly, with a touch of sorrow in his tone. He thought both he and Li Ya were doomed to die. Li Ya, hearing this, completely panicked. All along in his mind, the elder was the most powerful. This was what allowed him to be reckless, as he always had the elder to rely on. Now the elder couldn't protect him. How could he not panic? Seeing Li Ya almost scared to death, Guan wanted to laugh, but he was really afraid of scaring him to death, so he gathered spiritual energy in his throat, changed his voice and said, "I've already saved you twice. Do you think I intend to kill you?" With these words, Li Ya's tension eased a little, but Gu An's next sentence made him nervous again. "If I really wanted to kill you, even the soul within your body wouldn't be able to help you." He can see through the soul within my body? Li Ya was shocked. This was more alarming than wanting to kill him. Guan raised his hand and, with a wave, summoned the North Sea heavy sword into his hand. In his hand, the 10,000-pound sword felt as light as a feather, but the wind stirred by the sword represented its true weight. Seeing him hold the sword, Li Ya's heart leaped into his throat, not understanding what he intended to do. "Kid, your sword is too slow. Your growth rate disappoints me. How about I teach you a set of swordsmanship?" Gu An's aged voice sounded, leaving Li Ya stunned. Chapter 98 Primordial Ancestor of Li Family. Power of Ephemera Sect teach me swordsmanship? Li Ya suspected he had misheard, but the other person did not seem to be joking. The ancestor's voice echoed in his mind. "Don't doubt it, with his cultivation level, there's nothing on you worth calculating. Even if you include the entire Li family, that's still the case. It must be because of some relationship. He feels a certain responsibility to look after you." Guan gripped the North Sea heavy sword and raised it, pointing the blade at him. At this moment, Li Ya's heartbeat almost came to a halt. Being pointed at by the sword, he felt suffocated. Before he could think any further, the tip of the North Sea heavy sword emitted a burst of sword intent that swiftly penetrated his eyes, making his entire body go rigid. Upon closer inspection, a figure could be seen wielding a sword within his pupils, performing the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. It was unclear how much time had passed. When Li Ya woke up, there was no sign of Guan, only the North Sea heavy sword standing in front of him, unmoved by the autumn wind. Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. Li Ya murmured to himself. It seemed he had thought of something, and his face changed dramatically. He exclaimed in shock, "This sword intent belongs to Sword Venerable Fu Dao." He had visited the Heavenly Repair Platform, deeply impressed by the sword intent contained within the words, "Righteous Path." Something unforgettable for him, as it represented the strongest sword cultivator in his perception. Ancestor, that person just now was Sword Venerable Fu Dao. He is not a demon cultivator. Li Ya instantly felt a surge of excitement, even clenching his fists. The intricacies of the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword made his blood boil, feeling that he had received a peerless inheritance, something even surpassing the Dragon Image Divine Primordial. As long as he mastered the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword, he had confidence in sweeping across all the geniuses of his era. Li Ya was excited for quite some time before he suddenly realized the ancestor hadn't spoken, and he couldn't help but ask in his mind, "Ancestor? Why aren't you speaking?" He was somewhat panicked. Could it be that the ancestor had been captured by sword venerable Fu Dao? Despite frequently bickering with the ancestor, without him within, he wouldn't have nearly the same level of confidence walking through the world of immortal cultivation. I'm still here. The ancestor's voice rang out, instantly soothing Li Ya's panic. Right after, the ancestor's words puzzled Li Ya. The Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword is a Li family swordsmanship. The Emperor-level sword technique is just an incomplete version of the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. Li Ya was moved. No one in this era could possibly know the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. It had already vanished during my lifetime. The existing Emperor-level sword technique was something I compiled. The ancestor's tone became complex. Li Ya swallowed carefully and asked, "Ancestor, what do you mean, make it clear?" He could be the primordial ancestor of the Li family, which might explain his care for you and me. The ancestor said faintly. The primordial ancestor of the Li family. Li Ya's eyes widened, his mouth opened, wanting to say something, but the words were stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. After guiding Li Ya, Guan did not linger in the North Sea mountain. He sped quickly towards the supreme sect. He would return to the North Sea mountain in a month, to improve a combat technique. 6 months later, he would begin accumulating a lifespan of millions of years. Guan did not return directly to Mystic Valley but headed to the outer gate city. In a good mood, he planned to stroll around today. He first visited the heavenly repair platform, seeing that after all these years, the number of cultivators on the platform remained high. There were over 5 great cultivators of the void-crossing realm on the platform, including the ghost mother of ephemera. The mad swordsman of Great Yu, Han Ming, was still there. Under his guidance, Zhua Lin's swordsmanship had seen some progress, which had restored some of his hope. Zhua Yijian had already left. According to Zhua Lin, he had become obsessed with the investiture of the gods, believing he could understand his own sword Dao from that book. "Master!" A joyful voice came from a distance. Guan turned his head to see Zhan Qin, dressed in the law enforcement hall's robe, approaching briskly. Guan smiled, and when she reached him, he asked with a smile, "How have you been lately?" Zhan Qin, following Yi Lan, had a pretty comfortable life in the law enforcement hall and her cultivation level was steadily improving. "Just the usual. By the way, Master, did you hear? Senior brother Su has joined the ephemera sect." Zhan Qin spoke of Su Han, her face full of worry. Guan replied, "Everyone has their choices. We can't interfere, let him be." He had advised Su Han back then, even promising not to cripple his cultivation, but it was of no use. Since that was the case, Guan could only respect Su Han's choice. From now on, as long as Su Han wasn't about to die in front of him, he would not bother with any of Su Han's troubles. Sigh, I wonder if I will ever get a chance to meet him again in this lifetime. Zhan Qin's tone was filled with sorrow. Guan couldn't help but ruffle her hair, smiling. "You've really grown up, getting sentimental about everything now." The master and disciple stood on the edge of the heavenly repair platform, chatting for some time. Zhan Qin eventually needed to continue her patrol, so she took her leave. Guan watched her back, feeling a wave of mixed emotions. In 200 years, this girl would no longer be around. Even as a Mahayana realm cultivator, he temporarily had no way to change someone else's limit on lifespan, nor did he intend to. After all, reincarnation was the norm for all beings. If he forcibly changed someone else's fate, it would only form an obsession, and if he ultimately failed, it would bring him immense pain. Everything around him was just fragments of life. What he sought was eternal life, of course. He wouldn't reject social interactions as human connections form the essence of life. After inspecting the heavenly repair platform, Guan turned to leave. He headed towards the elixir hall, hearing many disciples along the way discussing the ephemera sect. The momentum of the ephemera sect was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed poised to unify the demon path. Guan did not pay much attention to this. The ephemera sect posed no threat to the supreme sect, and even if it did, it would not threaten him. How to increase the lifespan income from the Medicine Valley was what he cared about more. Even as a Mahayana realm cultivator, Guan did not want to go on a killing spree but continued to accumulate lifespan through medicinal herbs, keeping a low profile. After all, he was not sure if he was truly invincible in the world. Rationality told him that he was still far from being invincible. The fact that Spirit Lord Lu Lingjun ascended proved it. This world was vast. An ancient hour later, Guan arrived at the Great Elder's residence to visit Jiang Qiong. Jiang Qiong was in the residence, and after he entered the hall, Jiang Qiong waved her sleeve, closing the door. Guan took out the medicinal herbs he had previously gathered, and Jiang Qiong didn't check but moved the herbs aside with a wave of her sleeve, then looked at him and said, "I am leaving." Guan was curious and asked, "Where to?" "The Supreme Sect's suspicion towards me is growing, and I can sense the killing intent approaching. I plan to join the Ephemera Sect." Jiang Qiong said calmly. The Ephemera Sect, again. What exactly was this Ephemera Sect? Guan thought for a moment, then took out several green vine fruits from his storage bag, saying, "Take these with you." Jiang Qiong glanced at the green vine fruits on the ground, smiling. "You didn't pocket any yourself?" The green vine fruits couldn't be produced in a short time. The fact that Guan could take out so many indicated that he hadn't been using them himself. "My aptitude is average. Increasing chi blood would only draw attention and bring disaster. It's better to remain ordinary." Guan shook his head as he spoke. Jiang Qiong laughed. "You're really without desires or demands. You say your aptitude is average, but your comprehension of sword Dao is very strong, right? But I don't like practicing swordsmanship, nor do I want to become a swordsman. If you found me a master, imagine a Foundation Establishment realm swordsman with peerless swordsmanship, would he have a good time?" Guan said seriously. Guan cleared his throat and said, "I heard the Ephemera Sect is rising. Be more vigilant in Mystic Valley. Don't let the thieves from the Ephemera Sect steal the medicinal herbs." Yang and I nodded slightly after hearing this. Afterward, Guan turned and left, watched by Yang and I as he left through the transmission array platform. Strange, why did he suddenly mention the Ephemera Sect to me? Could it be that he has guessed my identity? Yang and I thought with a frown. Chapter 99 Limitless Freedom Step, Supreme Elder. Late in the night, snow was pouring down heavily, covering the North Sea mountain range. Guan sat on the cliff. He had already activated the lifespan barrier and was investing 10,000 years of his lifespan into the Infinite Traceless Mystic Heaven Step. The Infinite Traceless Mystic Heaven Step successfully advanced to the Limitless Freedom Step and reached the peak creation realm. The spiritual energy sank in as he began to inherit the Limitless Freedom Step. An hour later, Guan opened his eyes, having fully inherited the Limitless Freedom Step. The Limitless Freedom Step could predict the opponent's attack trajectory, cross restrictions and formations, and walk on Dharma aspects with infinite wondrous applications. It was capable of both fighting and escaping. In another month, he would enhance the Great Yin-Yang transformation. The advanced cultivation technique of Demon Shadow Divine Skill could conceal identities, which suited his immortal cultivation traditions well. Guan stood up and flew towards the Supreme Sect. Along the way, he expanded his divine sense to search for Li Ya. Li Ya was training his sword skills by the lake in the North Sea, very diligently. It was unknown when he would master the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword. Guan began to look forward to the duel between Li Ya and An Hao. Both of them performing the Taitsong Divine Shocking Sword at the same time would be an astonishing and unbelievable sight. It was too interesting. Guan then began to search for Sky Dragon, but it turned out Sky Dragon was not in the North Sea mountain range at all. Could it have been chased away by the demons of the North Sea mountain range? As for the possibility of being eaten, it wasn't impossible. If it were eaten, it could only blame its bad fate. Before the sky fully brightened, Guan quickly returned to the Mystic Valley. The new year arrived, and the spring festival began. LV Batian came, bringing along his newly accepted disciple and how to celebrate the spring festival at the Third Medicine Valley. And How went to the outer sect to bring an Xian over. The grown-up in Xian was graceful and elegant, standing next to An How like a match made in heaven. The Third Medicine Valley, with its 300 servant disciples, was bustling with noise and excitement. Guan planned to visit the Mystic Valley in the evening to maintain balance. Guan and LV Batian sat under the old tree, drinking and chatting about the trifles of the Third Medicine Valley, a conversation LV Batian enjoyed. As LV Batian put it, having lived for hundreds of years, His most comfortable days were in the Third Medicine Valley. Since you miss our Medicine Valley so much, why not give up the position of sect leader and return to the countryside? Guan asked with a smile. Familiar enough with LV Batian, he dared to joke now. Of course, his greatest confidence lay in his own Mahayana realm cultivation level. LV Batian shook his head, smiling. Without advancement, one regresses. If I relinquish the sect leader position, it won't be long before I am labeled a traitor of the supreme sect, showered with all kinds of slander, perhaps even accused of being a demon path spy. Moreover, the LV family and Gu family, who support me, won't allow me to step down. In the supreme sect, cultivation level is paramount, but sometimes it's not all that matters. His tone was meaningful, as if hinting at Guan changed the topic and said, "Recently, a sect called the Ephemera sect emerged in the immortal cultivation world. You must have heard of it, right?" Having stayed in the supreme sect for long, he had developed feelings for it. LV Batian nodded slightly, then picked up the wine pot and poured wine for Guan, saying, "The supreme sect has long known of the Ephemera sect's existence. 200 years ago, the Ephemera sect tried to infiltrate the Taizong dynasty. At that time, the imperial family was under their control. I led the supreme sect into battle against the Ephemera sect in the North Sea, driving them back. The Ephemera sect's resurgence likely comes from thinking the supreme sect is weakened by the recent war. Indeed, the supreme sect is temporarily unable to stop the Ephemera sect from consuming the demon path." Guan asked in confusion, "What should we do? Let them grow unchecked?" LV Batian calmly replied, "No matter. The Ephemera sect planted spies in the supreme sect, and we did the same in their sect. The Ephemera sect has many branches, but we haven't figured out their origins yet. Know thyself, know thy enemy, 100 battles, 100 victories. Let's wait and see. Besides, I am preparing to break through to challenge heavenly destiny." This was called no matter? Not even knowing how strong the enemy was. Guan felt LV Batian was just pretending to stay calm. The real reason for not acting against the Ephemera sect was to break through first. "Speaking of the Ephemera sect, I plan to send 10 of the most talented young disciples from the sect to the Third Medicine Valley. They can protect you while learning to cultivate their minds with you." LV Batian laughed. Guan was stunned and helplessly asked, "What can they learn here?" "I can't teach them anything." "You don't need to teach them. Just immersing in the life here and calming their minds will be enough." LV Batian shook his head. Guan suddenly suspected whether this guy recognized him as Sword Venerable Fudao. Otherwise, why treat him so well and now send talents to assist him? Under the name of mind cultivation, was it actually to have Sword Venerable Fudao guide them? Guan began to test LV Batian, asking why not let Sword Venerable Fudao guide these disciples instead. Isn't Sword Venerable Fudao said to be the strongest in the immortal cultivation world? LV Batian frowned and replied, "To be honest, we don't have the slightest clue about Sword Venerable Fudao's identity. He might be a hidden ascetic. Such examples are not uncommon in the Supreme Sect, founded for thousands of years with disciples numbering over 1 million. Some disciples encounter great opportunities, change their destiny, yet prefer to stay low-key. There's also a possibility that Sword Venerable Fudao is one of the Supreme Elders. These Supreme Elders appear and disappear unpredictably. Reflecting on the two characters righteous on the Heavenly Repair platform, it's likely a Supreme Elder pointing out the Supreme Sect's ethos. So there really were Supreme Elders. No wonder LV Batian wasn't panicked. What truly reassured Guan was LV Batian seemed not to suspect him being Sword Venerable Fudao. Just as he thought more, he suddenly felt his previous worries were indeed excessive. How old was he? How could he possibly be Sword Venerable Fudao? At most, they might think he had a connection with Sword Venerable Fudao. With worries dispelled, Guan asked, "Sect leader, if you successfully break through, can you sweep through the Ephemera sect?" LV Batian smiled. "If the Ephemera sect is still at the level of 200 years ago, one breakthrough from me could sweep through them alone." "Kid, do you know what my cultivation level is?" He raised his chin, full of pride. Guan pondered. "It should be above divinity transformation, right?" "Ha ha!" LV Batian burst into laughter, attracting others from afar. Guan watched him boast, secretly feeling pleased. Above divinity transformation is void crossing. Above void crossing is unification, and I am at the 9th layer of the unification realm. LV Batian softly said. As he spoke, Guan clearly sensed his spiritual power spreading out, forming a barrier to prevent other disciples from overhearing. Guan showed a shocked expression, muttering to himself, "The 9th layer of the unification realm? How many years of cultivation would that take? Haha, with your talent, it's hard to say if you'll reach nascent soul in this life, let alone unification. If you become my disciple, my cultivation will be yours in the future." LV Batian revealed his intent again, his tone full of temptation. Guan's face showed yearning and joy, pleasing LV Batian. This kid got the hint. Forget it, reaching great heights isn't always good. Like you, even with high cultivation, there are times you can't be carefree. How high is enough? Enjoying life isn't more meaningful? Guan shook his head, making LV Batian want to spit blood. This kid truly didn't understand the dangers of the immortal cultivation world. If not for the supreme sex protection, how could Guan be so carefree? LV Batian wanted to speak, but recalling Guan's opinions on the outer sect and his guidance, he held back. The reason he valued Guan was precisely his character. If a content Guan became sect leader, it would benefit the supreme sect. He might not want it now but could in the future. Anyway, his limit was far away. LV Batian convinced himself. Guan then asked, "Sect leader, what's above the unification realm?" He was probing the supreme sect's depth. LV Batian snorted, "Become my disciple and I'll tell you. Why insist on me as your disciple? Haven't you accepted and how? Why not cultivate him as sect leader?" His background is unclear, also had Xianxia as a teacher. I accepted him for his talent, not trust him. So you entirely trust me? Of course, I've investigated you. Raised by Ji family, linked to Li Xiandao, possibly Thousand Autumn Pavilion, but I see you're helpless, linked to Li Xiandao for Li Ya, Thousand Autumn Pavilion for the former Valley Master. LV Batian finished, wearing a perceptive look. Guan was moved. His expression greatly satisfied LV Batian. Unexpected you knew. Indeed, I'm helpless. Need to sever ties later? Guan asked nervously. LV Batian waved. No need as before. Severance brings trouble. May glean info from you. Supreme Sect has countless spies, over 1,000 known I don't touch. Guan couldn't judge him and gave a respectful look. LV Batian grew more smug, then spoke of past chaos caused by spies. Each chaos, LV Batian would sweep spies, publicly at least. He secretly kept half, targeting internal rivals as demon spies, wiping them too. Surviving spies received promotions, deeply feeling trusted, either reforming or being bolder, setting up LV Batian's next purge. The two talked long. Guan realized LV Batian was teaching sect handling. Until evening, Guan dined with disciples in Mystic Valley. Feeling joyous, Guan declared Lu Jiujia as senior disciple, managing Medicine Valley matters. Lu Jiujia was bewildered. Yang and I frowned, thinking, he suspects me. Never interacted with Lu Jiujia, suddenly making him senior disciple? She felt she needed to act. Chapter 100. Shenzhou Scripture. The fear of the unification realm. Guan didn't know what Yang and I was thinking. He chose Lu Jiujia simply because there was no one else to choose. As for Yang and I, in his eyes, she would eventually have to leave, so he didn't even consider her for the position of senior disciple. When it was late at night and the banquet had ended, everyone returned to their rooms. Guan quietly made his way to the 8 scenic caves. Lately, he had been delving into the myriad poison mystic skill and had gained considerable insight. He came to the green vine tree, and with a thought, a figure emerged from a hole, moving as fast as the wind, brushing through the grass along the way. The figure was none other than Meng Lang, now transformed into a poison corpse. Guan manipulated Meng Lang with his mind, directing him to pick a mature medicinal herb. After Meng Lang picked it, Guan waited for a long time without receiving any notification of lifespan absorption. The plan failed. It seemed he would have to do it himself from now on. Guan felt a little regretful but not disappointed. The harvests from the Third Medicine Valley and Xianxia Valley were already substantial. His yearly lifespan income was at least 100,000 years and was still growing. In less than a century, he could reach a lifespan of tens of millions of years. At such a speed, Guan was already very satisfied. After all, for ordinary cultivators, how many realms could they cultivate in 100 years? Guan sent Meng Lang back to the cave, then took out the Heavenly Residence Sword and began practicing the Wood Spirit Sword technique. The next morning, Guan came down from the attic and led the disciples in their exercises. Yang and I also joined in. After the exercises, Yang and I quickly headed for the forest. Guan felt something was off about her. She was acting very strangely today, so he observed her and saw her planting seeds in the forest. His eyebrows raised slightly. Those seeds looked unfamiliar. As a Mahayana realm cultivator with a photographic memory and keen observation, he could tell at a glance that those seeds were of a species he had never seen before. He immediately walked over and came up behind Yang and I. "What are you planting?" Guan asked curiously, throwing a lifespan detection at her palm as she stood up. Ephemera, 6th grade 0/120/5000. A 6th grade spirit flower? And its name was Ephemera. Guan couldn't help but associate it with the Ephemera sect. Yang and I answered, "I got these from an enemy's storage bag a long time ago. I don't know their exact name. These seeds have been in my bag for decades, and I just thought to plant them today." "Really?" Guan mused. Yang and I observed his expression and said, "Yes, is it forbidden to plant them?" "Go ahead." Guan smiled and didn't point out the origin of the flower. Yang and I wanted to plant a 6th grade spirit flower. How could he refuse? Anyway, the medicinal herbs she planted would also be picked by him. Soon, Guan encouraged Yang and I with a few words and then turned and left. Yang and I looked at his back, unable to figure him out more and more. I'm actually being fooled by a Foundation establishment boy. Yang and I thought with self-mockery, then squatted down to continue planting the ephemera. No matter what Guan guessed, as long as he allowed her to plant the ephemera, she would plant it. She glanced at Guan's back and thought to herself, "When I make a name for myself, I'll spare your life and then recommend you to join the ephemera sect." Having spent so many years together, she quite liked Guan, thinking it would be a shame if such a talented junior died in the sect's conflicts. Someone like him should be brought into the ephemera sect to continue shining brightly. After the new year, everything revived, and the supreme sect became bustling again. In early March, Guan and Shenzhen were discussing books in the tower when they suddenly felt something, setting down their books. Guan cleared his throat and said, "Put these things away." Shenzhen's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly put all the drawings on the table into her storage bag. After tidying up, they went downstairs. They came to the open space in front of the attic, looking up at the sky where a group of cultivators was flying towards them. Guan saw a familiar face, Ji Xiaoyu. A total of 11 cultivators, Guan continuously used lifespan detection. Except for the leading cultivator, the other 10 were all under 100 years old. The lowest cultivation level was at the 8th layer of the core formation realm, with 2 even reaching the nascent soul realm. Under 100 years old and at the nascent soul realm, their talent was frightening. These geniuses had a minimum lifespan limit of 2,000 years. The leading cultivator was LV Chen, with a cultivation level of the 2nd layer of the void crossing realm. After landing, he cupped his hands towards Guan and said, "These are the disciples assigned here by the sect leader. They are now in your care, Valley Master." He was very polite to Guan, without the arrogance of a great cultivator in the void crossing realm. This made Guan curious about how LV Batian managed his affairs. Everyone in the LV family was skilled at handling people. Guan raised his hand in salute and said, "Thank you, Senior." LV Chen, seeing his etiquette was proper, smiled and nodded before leaving swiftly. Guan looked at the 10 supreme sect geniuses, who also scrutinized him in turn. "Miss Shen, why are you here?" A man in blue clothes frowned and asked, looking displeased with Shenzhen standing behind Guan. This man was named Lu Yu, with a cultivation level at the 9th layer of the core formation realm, and a maximum lifespan of 2,409 years. Shenzhen ignored him and said to Guan, "Since you have guests in your medicine valley, I'll be leaving. Next time we'll be alone." Having said that, she leapt into the air, quickly disappearing behind the mountains. Alone? Everyone looked at Guan with strange expressions, Lu Ye's eyes flashing with a cold gleam. Lu Yu has become hostile towards you and wants to attack you. Do you want to perform a lifespan detection on him? He wants to attack me? How deep was this hatred? Guan said, Miss Shen and I just like to read books and occasionally discuss them. We have no other relationship. She also told me that her goal for a Taoist partner is the sword Venerable Fu Dao. Everyone, being young geniuses, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Lu Yu smiled awkwardly and threw an apologetic glance at Guan. They weren't fools. LV Batian had personally named Guan to look after them, so Guan must be extraordinary. Even if he wasn't, he was still LV Batian's man, and they wouldn't dare offend him. Geniuses were favored by the supreme sect, but being a genius didn't mean they could do whatever they wanted. At least, if LV Batian wanted to deal with them, even their families would have to think twice. Ji Xiaoyu then asked, Valley Master, what should we do? Just give your orders. As soon as she spoke, the others restrained their smiles and looked at Guan with anticipation. The sect leader had said that coming here would cultivate their hearts, and they subconsciously believed that cultivating the heart would help their cultivation. Guan smiled and said, Follow me then. Don't complain about being tired or bitter. No one can stop halfway. Only trash quits halfway. Upon hearing this, the geniuses became even more eager, looking at each other with eyes flashing like lightning. Geniuses always had a competitive spirit. Afterward, Guan took them to a forest dozens of miles away, where they began clearing the land and then teaching them how to plant seeds. He then took them around to inspect the medicinal herbs. Although it was mundane work, the 10 disciples were very diligent, not even missing a single stone along the way. A few days later, someone couldn't hold back anymore. A disciple named Chong Tsong stopped and looked at Guan, asking in a deep voice, Are you messing with us? Is cultivating the heart just making us be medicine boys? The others looked at Guan as well. Even Ji Xiaoyu frowned. Guan knew this wouldn't work, but LV Batian insisted on it. After a sigh, he took out 10 books from his storage bag and threw them to the 10 geniuses. Everyone was delighted, catching the books eagerly. Shenzhou Scripture? Someone read the title and their eyes lit up. The name alone hinted at something profound. Guan turned away and said, Figure it out yourselves. Having said that, he turned and left, leaving the group to start reading the book. Lu Yu opened the first page and read, The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Guan, with his back to them, smiled. The Shenzhou scripture wasn't the Tao Te Ching. He had merely pieced together classic ancient quotes from Wuxia, creating a random collection that sounded profound enough. He couldn't bear to write out the Tao Te Ching. If someone truly comprehended something from it, that would be too much. Since getting the Shenzhou scripture, Ji Xiaoyu and the others found their own places to meditate, not disturbing each other. The third medicine valley didn't have its usual rhythm disrupted. 5 days later, Ji Xiaoyu closed the Shenzhou scripture and looked at the busy servant disciples in the valley below. She pondered for a while, then got up and walked down to help. A genius sitting on the opposite mountain top observed her actions, apparently having an epiphany, and also started descending. Though they couldn't comprehend the Shenzhou scripture, it certainly seemed profound. They linked it to Gu An's initial arrangements, thinking they might gain insight in the agricultural work. Another 10 days passed, and the other genius disciples all joined in the Medicine Valley's tasks. They diligently worked each day, reading the Shenzhou scripture during breaks, and practicing qi absorption cultivation at night. This made Guan quite satisfied. As expected of the 10 top geniuses chosen by LV Batian, putting aside their talent, they indeed weren't fools. If they believed something was right, they were determined to do it and persist. Before he knew it, half a year had passed. Guan reached the age of 59. On this day, he was in Tianya Valley, having just finished harvesting medicinal herbs, when he suddenly felt something and his expression changed. He handed the herbs to Sunda beside him and quickly left Tianya Valley. This left Luo Hun and the others in the valley puzzled, but they didn't think much of it. Ever since knowing Guan mastered the mystic tortoise surging wave palm, Lu Xian no longer bothered Guan or others. He secluded himself for cultivation, as if possessed, his cultivation level increasing rapidly. At this rate, he would form a nascent soul within a few years. After leaving the 100-mile range of Tianya Valley, Guan vanished into thin air. 3 steps later, he crossed thousands of miles, arriving at Mystic Valley, and then reached the 3rd Medicine Valley through a transmission array platform. As he stepped out of the platform, he quickly walked towards the Mystic Pure Tree. The Mystic Pure Tree was still there, but there was someone in front of it, standing and observing. From a distance, Guan performed a lifespan detection. Zhong Ying, 4th layer of Unification Realm 860/2800/3100. This guy had cultivated a special sorcery, with his apparent level only at the 2nd layer of the nascent soul realm. Chapter 101 Wind of Ephemera, Archenemy, You. Zhong Ying's eyes widened, his voice trembling. He couldn't believe what he was feeling. He had exerted all his strength but still couldn't break free from Gu An's grasp. It wasn't just that he couldn't break free. He couldn't even unleash his power. Under normal circumstances, the power of someone in the Unification Realm exploding would instantly collapse this Medicine Valley. His chi and spiritual power couldn't escape from his body. An unimaginable force was suppressing him all over, a feeling he had never experienced before. He was a cultivator in the Unification Realm. In a place of 9 dynasties. He came and went as he pleased. Despair filled Zhong Ying's heart as he realized he was doomed, but he didn't want to die. Spare me, senior. Zhong Ying gritted his teeth, pleading without any pride of the Unification Realm. Guan had already isolated the surrounding space with his spiritual power, making their conversation inaudible to the outside world. He had a general guess about Zhong Ying's identity, so he didn't immediately resort to killing. He asked, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Up until now, Zhong Ying hadn't harbored hostility towards Guan, likely out of utter fear. "I'm known as the Ghost Thief. I came to steal the Mystic Pure Tree not for myself, but for the mortal world. Senior, since you are an expert of the Supreme Sect, you should understand the disparity in resources in the immortal cultivation world. The Supreme Sect occupies too many cultivation resources, while the spirit energy is scarce among commoners. Those without distinguished family backgrounds simply cannot break through. At this rate, the immortal cultivation world will only belong to aristocrats." Zhong Ying spoke quickly, and towards the end, his eyes even reddened. Guan felt a pang of admiration, thinking, what excellent acting. He agreed with the ghost thief's idea of protecting the common people, which was truly chivalrous. "However, you can't steal from me. You already know my strength. I have to kill you to prevent any leaks," Guan said expressionlessly. At these words, Zhong Ying nearly had his soul scared out of his body. His eyes darted as if thinking of something, and he quickly said, "I have a curse technique that can make me completely obey you without defiance. If I defy you, I will suffer misfortune and die violently." An opportunity. He might be able to deceive him. The fear in Zhong Ying's heart subsided, replaced by excitement. "Zhong Ying harbors hostility towards you and hates you to the bone. Would you like to use lifespan detection on him? Just when I was about to spare you, you bear hostility towards me? Interesting." Guan became intrigued and asked, "What curse technique?" Zhong Ying explained, "This is the Heavenly Judgment Curse. As long as we both form the skill style, I then swear to you, and it can be established." "Fine, come with me then, let's find a secluded place to form the curse," Guan said, pulling Zhong Ying towards a distant transmission array platform. Zhong Ying was still suppressed by his spiritual power and couldn't move, but he felt relieved, thinking the other believed him. Being led by Guan, he pondered. Who exactly is this person? To suppress someone in the Unification Realm so easily, could he have reached the Mystic Heart Realm? Could he be a supreme elder in seclusion from the Supreme Sect? The more he thought, the more alarmed he became. This must be reported to the sect. Thus they transmitted to the Mystic Valley and then left it. During this time, some disciples cast curious glances at them, but seeing they were chatting and laughing, quickly looked away. After leaving the Mystic Valley several miles behind, Guan confirmed no one was following and stopped. They stayed in the forest, where Zhong Ying was unable to break free from Gu An's spiritual power suppression. Zhong Ying smiled obsequiously and asked, "Senior, can we begin?" Guan nodded, also showing a smile. Seeing Guan's smile, Zhong Ying's face changed drastically, sensing danger instinctively. Before he could think much, a powerful divine sense invaded his mind. Soul-capturing skill. In a dim great hall, Zhong Ying knelt on one knee, his gaze fixed on the mysterious shadow on the steps. The shadow was shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to discern the true form. Your energy concealing skill is the most formidable. You should probe the depths of the supreme sect. The mysterious shadow spoke in a cold male voice, devoid of any emotion. Zhong Ying hesitated. LV Batian has resumed his position as the sect leader of the supreme sect, and his cultivation is at the 9th layer of the unification realm. Are we really going to confront them head-on? The mysterious shadow responded, this is an order from the main line. We must annex the Taizong dynasty before the great calamity of the demons arrives. The Taizong dynasty, being coastal, is crucial to our sect's future plans. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ying asked excitedly, an order from the main line? Is the main line finally able to help us? Yes, the failure 200 years ago dissatisfied the main line. Though we have infiltrated the Taizong dynasty, compared to the achievements of other branches, we have embarrassed the ephemera sect. You should first probe the foundation of the supreme sect. When a great cultivator from the mystic heart realm of the main line arrives, we will then wage war against the supreme sect. Hearing the mysterious shadow's words, Zhong Ying immediately agreed excitedly, seeing this as a great opportunity to earn merit. The scene shattered, and Guan's divine sense continued to explore other memories of Zhong Ying. This scoundrel wasn't a ghost thief at all, he just borrowed the ghost thief's name to make the supreme sect prepare early, thus he could understand how many powerhouses the sect concealed. The reason he didn't use the name of the ephemera sect was to avoid alerting the enemy. If he failed, he could still survive as a ghost thief. The ghost thief acted righteously, and the supreme sect, being a righteous sect, might not kill a ghost thief. If it weren't for lifespan detection warning him, Guan might really have been deceived by him. For a long time. In reality, an hour passed in the forest. Zhong Ying fell dead in front of Guan with a thud, his eyes rolled back, his body stiff. He had been completely exorcised. His primordial spirit was shattered by Guan's powerful spiritual power, and his soul perished before his body. Guan expressionlessly took Zhong Ying's storage bag, then burned his corpse with spirit power fire. Killing Zhong Ying awarded him 240 years of lifespan, but this did not improve his mood. In Zhong Ying's memory, there was no heavenly judgment curse. What Guan saw was his heinous acts of murder, pillaging, extermination, bullying female cultivators, refining souls to make ghost devices, and more, a truly evil person. This sharply worsened Guan's impression of the ephemera sect. He had previously thought the conflict between the ephemera sect and the supreme sect was just a normal sect rivalry, but now he believed life under the ephemera sect's rule would be much worse. Although the supreme sect also had darkness within, the cultivators at the unification realm were not as debased. Mystic heart realm, huh? Guan thought to himself, then turned and left. The autumn wind blew into the forest, scattering Zhong Ying's ashes. In the air, the ashes completely disappeared, leaving no trace. Guan first went to the 8 scenic caves to check Zhong Ying's storage bag, destroying anything suspect to prevent revealing the location of the 8 scenic caves, keeping only the cultivation resources. The storage bag of a great cultivator in the unification realm was indeed extraordinary. Countless magic artifacts, strange and varied, many elixirs, and even quite a few low-level elixirs. After spending an hour sorting through them, Guan finally left the 8 scenic caves. Returning to the Mystic Valley, Guan went to find Xianxia to see how the ephemeras were growing. He found Xianxia meditating in the ephemera garden, cultivating. Previously, she had been absorbed in her cultivation and wasn't attracted by Guan and Zhong Ying. Normally, people from the Elixir Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, and Ji family would occasionally visit Guan, so she was accustomed to it. Of course, the main reason was that Zhong Ying's energy-concealing sorcery was extremely powerful. "Why are you cultivating here?" Guan asked, noticing that Xianxia was absorbing the spiritual energy from the ephemeras, which wasn't beneficial for their growth. Xianxia opened her eyes and said, "Cultivating in the valley to avoid exposing my cultivation level." Guan directly pulled her up and led her to his pavilion, saying, Cultivate in my room. I recently set a restriction there. The disciples cannot spy on what happens inside. Yang and I frowned, but couldn't directly refuse Guan, and could only follow him back to the valley. Winter arrived, and snow covered the third medicine valley. Guan was reading in his room when Ji Xiaoyu suddenly visited him. He quickly put away the supreme secret records and got up to greet Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu closed the door and set a restriction, then asked, "Did you gain the insights from the Shenzhou scripture in a dream?" After studying the Shenzhou scripture for half a year, she had many insights. Guan solemnly said, "This is not a cultivation technique, but life philosophy. It helps you stabilize your mind. A calm mind allows you to cultivate better." Not gleaned from a dream? Of course not. I encountered an elder in the outer sect who gave me the Shenzhou scripture, saying something about the simplicity of the Tao and a bunch of other things. Over the years, I have often studied the Shenzhou scripture, and though my cultivation hasn't grown, my state of mind has become increasingly calm and open. Nothing worries me anymore, and I am not obsessed with anything. Guan shook his head as he spoke. Hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu gave him a deep look. Ji Xiaoyu said, "This book is indeed useful. My state of mind has become much calmer since reading it, and I no longer think about things I can't achieve for now. I want to take this book back to the Ji family. Do you agree? If so, I will try to get you a 7th grade spirit tree. The Ji family's resources are no less than the supreme sect's. Of course, if you disagree, I will not force it and promise not to leak the Shenzhou scripture." A 7th grade spirit tree? The Ji family has such resources? Guan suppressed his excitement and said calmly, "Of course I agree. The thoughts of Kongzi mentioned in the scriptures are about conveying one's philosophy to the world. How can I keep it private?" The Shenzhou scripture was a compilation of sayings from Laozi, Kongzi, Zhuangzi, and other ancient saints of Wuxia. Guan had marked their names in the book to construct their immortal images. Hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu smiled and began discussing the Shenzhou scripture with Guan. They talked for a long time before she took her leave. Just before reaching the door, Ji Xiaoyu turned around and said to Guan, "Now that you hold such a significant position in the Third Medicine Valley, your status has changed. You must have heard of the Ephemera sect. If someone from the Ephemera sect tries to recruit you, do not agree." "Why?" "The Ephemera sect acts deceitfully and is not righteous. Engaging with them won't lead to good outcomes, and the Ji family is their archenemy. The real reason must be the latter, right?" Guan silently mocked, while also sensing the pressure the Ephemera sect was exerting on the supreme sect. Ji Xiaoyu's words surely implied she knew many had been recruited by the Ephemera sect. Chapter 102. Defying Destiny. The green vine tree's fear. Guan waited for over half a year, passing his 60th birthday, yet still hadn't received the Ji family's 7th-tier spirit tree. He believed Ji Xiaoyu wouldn't deceive him, just that the Ji family's processes were a bit complicated and required more time. In comparison, the supreme sect was much more efficient, having quickly delivered the mystic pure tree they promised. On a scorching summer day, Guan was sowing seeds in the Third Medicine Valley. Gu Yu was beside him, chatting non-stop about the Supreme Immortal Venerable. This year, the plot of the Supreme Immortal Venerable reached its climax, with the protagonist Gu Yu teaming up with the second male lead Zhou Tongyu to battle the demon causing chaos in the world, tantalizing countless readers. Guan was in a good mood because he had just spent 10,000 years of his lifespan last night to advance the great yin-yang transformation to the 9 extremes yin-yang body. The 9 extremes yin-yang body retained its previous abilities to prevent spying and deduce causality, and added a doppelganger technique, allowing him to create 9 doppelgangers. He could manipulate them to fight or carry out tasks. Upon returning, he specifically tested using a doppelganger to pick medicinal herbs, but unfortunately, just like before, it didn't extend his lifespan. He could only be down to earth. While burying seeds, Guan pondered what combat techniques to enhance next. Originally, he wanted to improve once a month, but in the past year, he frequently sensed great cultivators from the Unification Realm battling in the North Sea Mountains, so he delayed his plans to become stronger. Gu Yu couldn't help but look at Guan and asked, "Hey, were you seriously listening?" Without looking up, Guan casually replied, "I can't write the book according to your ideas. Just wait and see." How long will it take to finish the Supreme Immortal Venerable? Gu Yu asked quietly. In a 10-mile radius, only the two of them were present, so they weren't worried about being overheard. It should be soon, not many years left. What will you write next? Well, see, I might not write anymore. No way, if you stop writing, it would be a huge loss for the immortal cultivation world. It would actually be a good thing if I stop. Cultivators shouldn't waste time sneaking around reading books every day. Nonsense, who reads every day? You write only a few words a year. We all read in our spare time from cultivation. The two began to bicker. When Gu Yu took out the latest Supreme Secret records, Guan finally believed he hadn't been slacking off reading books. Guan stored the Supreme Secret records in his storage bag, then asked, "Have there been any significant events in the immortal cultivation world recently?" Gu Yu secretly despised his actions, then said, "Indeed, there have. The Demon Path and the Ephemera sect have been battling in the North Sea Mountains for over half a year now. The Thousand Autumn Pavilion and the Wanyin sect were almost wiped out by the Ephemera sect and are almost disbanded. At this rate, in 2 or 3 years, the Ephemera sect could unify the Demon Path." Mentioning the Ephemera sect made his tone excited again. The Ephemera sect and the Supreme sect are bound to clash, and this battle will unify the immortal cultivation world of the Taizong dynasty. The sect isn't in a hurry, which suggests they are confident of victory. Hearing this, Guan couldn't help but think of LV Baitian's lifespan limit, doubting whether LV Baitian could successfully break through. Regarding the lifespan limit, Guan was helpless. He couldn't just point out the existence of the lifespan limit to others. The lifespan limit was like a destiny everyone on the path of immortal cultivation fought against. Who would believe in fate? Guan felt there had to be a way to break the fate, but it was hard to find. The two chatted for another hour before Gu Yu left, saying that the Gu sect had been secluding themselves lately, seemingly preparing to confront the Ephemera sect, and that he too needed to cultivate diligently to help the Supreme sect when the time came. 7 days after Gu Yu left, the Elixir Hall issued an order to collect medicinal herbs from the various medicine valleys in advance. Even the third medicine valley saw LV family and G family cultivators coming to collect large quantities of medicinal herbs, signaling that something major was about to happen. Guan didn't think the Ephemera sect was coming, but rather that LV Baitian was preparing to challenge destiny and break through to the mystic heart realm. In the blink of an eye, summer turned to autumn. One noon, Guan arrived at Xianxia Valley and saw that Li Xiandao was also there, having already reached the Void Crossing realm. Guan had only ever seen one other Void Crossing realm cultivator over 200 years old. This guy appeared to be at the first layer of the core formation realm, maintaining a low profile. The two sat for a conversation at a stone table in front of a pavilion, and Li Xiandao praised Guan's exceptional planting abilities. Thanks to the medicinal herbs cultivated by Guan, he managed to break through to the core formation realm smoothly. Without these medicinal herbs, Li Xiandao would have had to request Lu Yun to transplant a golden core for him, which would not have been as strong as breaking through and condensing the golden core himself. To this, Guan could only smile and attribute it to Li Zuando's strong aptitude. Seeing Li Zuando's smile, Guan could guess that he was secretly delighted, thinking that no one knew of his Void Crossing realm cultivation. "Guan, how is Yang and I doing over by you?" Li Xiandao asked with a smile, raising his teacup. "She's doing well. She started planting medicinal herbs too, becoming one of us," Guan replied. "Planting medicinal herbs?" Li Zuando's expression became intriguing. Guan suddenly recalled that LV Baitian had mentioned that 200 years ago, the Ephemera sect once controlled the imperial family. Was Li Zuando's cultivation technique possibly from the Ephemera sect? Zhong Ying was the best proof, able to conceal his cultivation. Even those with higher realms would find it hard to detect. Combined with the fact that Yang and I planted ephemeras. Good heavens! Was there an Ephemera sect undercover agent beside me? The more Guan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Li Xiandao continued, "The immortal cultivation world has been unstable lately, so you need to be careful." Guan followed up, "Are you referring to the Ephemera sect, uncle?" "Exactly. Uncle, as the emperor, what is your view on the Ephemera sect?" Li Zuando's face remained calm as he said, "Ambitious wolves, bringing calamity to the common people." Hearing this, Guan was momentarily stunned. That didn't sound like something an ephemera sect member would say. Li Xiandao began recounting past events, revealing that his father had been controlled by the ephemera sect, turning the court into a money-making tool for them. When the scandal was exposed, his father was killed by the ephemera sect. Li Xiandao had to enlist the Supreme Sect's help, and because he provided intelligence at that time, the Supreme Sect supported him to the throne, as he wasn't the crown prince. Li Zuando's tone was filled with hatred towards the ephemera sect, making it unlikely he was faking it. I may want to challenge the Supreme Sect, but that's an internal struggle within the dynasty. If the ephemera sect fights the Supreme Sect, I will certainly support the Supreme Sect with all my might, Li Xiandao said coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent aimed at the ephemera sect. Guan asked in surprise, if the ephemera sect is so malicious, and nobody knows their headquarters location, why do so many people join them? Li Xiandao explained, because of the ephemera. It said that the ephemera can change a cultivator's aptitude and even extend their lifespan. Plus, they offer generous cultivation resources to their members, so people keep joining. Based on the information I have, the ephemera sect's foundation is extremely strong, possibly even stronger than the entire Taizong dynasty. What we're dealing with now is just a branch of the ephemera sect. Ephemera? Changing aptitude? Guan raised an eyebrow. No wonder Yang and I sat meditating in the ephemera garden. But he remained skeptical about the ephemera's effects. Could a sixth-tier medicinal herb really defy nature? Li Xiandao continued to narrate the ephemera sect's actions from 200 years ago. Back then, entire cities' populations would often disappear, leaving only empty cities behind. To this day, Li Xiandao hadn't found out where those people went, but their fate was undoubtedly grim. Listening to this was like hearing ghost stories for Guan, completely engrossed in the tales. The ephemera sect was indeed incredibly sinister. It was said that the ephemera sect's followers weren't limited to cultivators, but included demons and ghosts. This reminded Guan of the ghost mother of the ephemera still left on the heavenly repair platform. After chatting for a full hour, Li Xiandao hadn't finished his story, yet Guan was not bored. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before Guan. Zhongliang harbors ill will towards you and wants to kill you. Do you wish to perform lifespan detection on him? Zhongliang? Who's this? A complete stranger. Guan was puzzled. He was usually kind to others and rarely made enemies. The name sounded significant, and Guan silently chose yes. Consuming 100 years of lifespan is required. Do you wish to continue? So pricey? Guan couldn't help but ask, Uncle, have you heard of Zhongliang? Li Xiandao frowned deeply and said, has the ephemera sect begun contacting you? Is this person from the ephemera sect? Guan asked, suddenly tense, immediately opting to continue in his mind. Zhongliang, 3rd level of Unification Realm 1462/2900/3000, 3rd level of Unification Realm. Guan's brow furrowed as he carefully considered how the other party had identified him. Was it because of Zhong Ying? No, he had checked many times to ensure there were no messaging items from other great cultivators on Zhong Ying, and Zhong Ying had been dead for half a year. Who was it then? Guan, realizing the ephemera sect had targeted him, felt a sudden urge to infiltrate their headquarters and eliminate them. Unfortunately, the ephemera sect had no central headquarters, at least not in Zhong Ying's memories. Zhong Ying and that mysterious figure always met in different places. 200 years ago, Zhongliang was the sect hierarch of the ephemera sect, who fled after being severely injured by LV Batian. Where did you encounter him? Li Xiandao asked gravely. Guan shook his head, saying, I once had a chance encounter with him outside the Supreme Sect outer sect. He invited me to seek an opportunity, but I refused. Talking with you today reminded me of him, and I never thought he would be an ephemera sect demon. Li Xiandao didn't doubt Guan's words but considered many possibilities. Could it be that Zhongliang was targeting Li Ya, or maybe even himself? Li Zuando's expression darkened further. The name Zhongliang took away their interest in chatting. Subsequently, Guan inspected Tianya Valley before leaving hastily. Returning to the Mystic Valley, Guan went to the tunnel within the 8 scenic caves. He wanted to search Zhong Ying's storage bag again, just in case. As soon as he arrived, he saw with his divine sense a vine from the green vine tree fiddling with Zhong Ying's storage bag.